One, two. Hello. I hope you can hear online.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Let's get seated. Thank you. I wanted to introduce the moderator for this session. But before I do that, I just wanted to announce that the few changes on the program. The minister will be joining us late so as to also appear to Parliament. So she'll be here at around 10:30. But we are happy that the PS administration is here with us. So thank you so much, sir, for coming. Our moderator for this session will be Dr. Kate Chaweza, a very prominent and professional communications person. She will take us through the opening session, and then others will come in the next sessions. So let me hand it over to Dr. Chaweza. Thank you.
Dr. Nak for that introduction. So we are going to use this mic because there are people online and would like to have them with us. PS administration in the Ministry of Agriculture, Mr. Bennett Nkasala, Deputy Director General of IITA, who is joining us. Marco Vasika, I hope I have not botched your name. Program Manager for Sustainable Agriculture for the delegation of the Europe to the Republic of Malawi. Clemens Brasinger, Director for Policy Innovations and Science Program. Dr. Grace Kaudzu, Director of Agriculture Research Services in the Ministry of Agriculture. Professor Emmanuel Kaunda, Vice Chancellor for the Lilongwe University of Natural and Luana, and all Vice Chancellors of universities who are joining us online. And also let me make recognition of Professor Richard Nkandawire in this room, all invited guests from ministries and departments and agencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to stand here this morning to moderate this session as Dr. Nagoli introduced me. And it is my honor also to be the first one to welcome you to this very important policy launch and dialogue. Let me make mention, firstly, that we're in this room because Malawi has made a bold and commendable commitment to transform its food systems, to make sure that the food systems are sustainable, resilient, inclusive, and also capable of delivering what they are supposed to deliver to the people of Malawi. So I'll highlight my welcome by telling you a story. The story is of a young woman in one of the rural districts of Malawi. Let's call her Chifundo. She wakes up at sunrise and she goes to farm on her farm, which is less than 2 hectares, just like most farmers in Malawi. Crop that she grows is maize. So in a good year, this young woman harvests enough to feed her family and even to the market to sell. But the good years have not been common recently. One year there's drought, another year there are floods, and by the time food reaches her local market, the costs have gone up, regardless of the fact that if she manages to sell her crop, she doesn't make much out of it. And as all this is happening, Chifundo's youngest child is not growing as expected. And the doctors nearby say the child is malnourished. And somebody would ask, how can a producer of food have their own children suffer from malnutrition? So this is the paradox of our food system. And if we listened clearly to that story, it is not just about agriculture. It is a story about climate resilience, market systems, but most importantly, this is a story about policy. Now, let us imagine a different world for this young woman. Let us imagine that she has access to climate resilient seed varieties that have been developed such partnerships. And let us also imagine that she has access to reliable markets, to reliable market information through digital tools. Let us also imagine that the policies in the country align to support diversification, and she's now able to grow other crops, such as legumes, vegetables, and is even able to add value to her crops. Mostly, let us imagine, her children do not only have enough to eat, but the food is nutritious. So that transformation from vulnerability to resilience is what food transformation truly means. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, we are here in this room this morning, because the decisions that we make in rooms like this will shape whether farmers like Chifundo will merely survive or truly thrive. But the good news for us is that the government of Malawi and its partners, such as the CGIAR group, have made efforts towards agriculture and food systems transformation, and we are going to hear about that in the course of the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me once again welcome you to this strategic conversation about Malawi's future and about resilience in the face of farmers and entrepreneurs, children, and about sustainability for generations to come. I therefore wish us all productive and impactful deliberations as we witness the policy launch, very timely and pertinent at this point in time. Thank you very much. So the CGIAR group has been a great partner with the Malawi government in the advancement of agricultural and food systems transformation. And I'll invite to the stage Sika Bebelebe to come and talk to us about the contribution contribution of the CGIAR partners in advancing food systems in Malawi. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to make a presentation on the achievement of the CGIAR and its partners in Malawi. I'm doing this presentation on behalf of a country governor, Dr. Akinwale Benga, who couldn't make it here today. So a lot of what we'll talk about, some of it is displayed in the exhibition behind. So around lunchtime, you can go and discuss with people who are even more knowledgeable than us in terms of the innovations that have been developed over the years for Malawi. Okay. Okay, good. So it's there. So achievements from the CG and its partners on the theme of advancing inclusive and resilient food systems in Malawi. Next slide. So the CGIAR, we are actually, maybe some of you don't know what it means. It's a consultative group on international agricultural research. We are a global partnership for a food secure future. That is our vision. For our mission is that we are dedicated to transforming food, land, and water systems in a climate crisis. We were established in 1971, and we have become, over the years, the world's largest global ag innovation network with over 10,000 staff working in more than 89 countries around the world. Our research is carried by 15 CGIAR centers. All of them can see where we are, our headquarters are. And we work in close collaboration with many partners in more than 90 countries. We have delivered over the years groundbreaking science and innovations that have improved food and nutrition security for the world's most vulnerable people, and the research also has helped lifting millions out of poverty. Periodically, there are some people who undertake an independent assessment of what the CGIAR does. The most recent publication was in 2024, and it is here. The authors of that work, one of them was from USDA, the other one was from the Gates Foundation, so we are not affiliated with the CG, and they are able to provide a nuanced view in terms of the good things we do as a CG and where we can even improve. So if you want even a publication, you can ask me and I'll send it to you afterwards. Next slide. In Malawi, we are 8 CGIAR centers operating here. The names are there. We've been working since the early 1980s, and we work on fish, cereals, legumes, fodder, fruit trees, root and tuber crops, and we also conduct evidence-based policy research. Some of our key areas of research that we do, because that's our core business, is genetic improvement, sustainable natural resource management, seed system, nutrition, food safety, pest and disease management, post-harvest handling, marketing, processing, and evidence-based research. Next. So here it is showing the key we are working on per center. So SIP, for example, in Malawi, they work on potato and sweet potato. The CIAT from the Alliance Biodiversity and CIAT, they work on beans for Malawi. CIMIT, so far they have worked on maize improvement for Malawi, although they also work on wheat in other parts of the world. In ICRISAT, for Malawi, they have been working on groundnut, pigeon pea, millet, and sorghum. But there are other crops also that they work on for other countries. For IITA, we've been working on cassava, soybean, cowpea, and banana. But we also work on other crops like yams and Bambara groundnut for other countries. ICRAF has worked on agroforestry-based systems in Malawi. IFPRI has conducted evidence-based research on policy options to advise government and development partners. And then the WellFish, of course, has worked on aquaculture farming systems. So here, this is just a snapshot of the innovations that the CG came up with. Of course, we worked in close collaboration with. You will see here, it seems as if we have done a lot on socioeconomics, and also on genetic environment systems, plant and soil health, seed system, post-harvest, and sort of the centers, when they were sending the information, they were just saying, oh, we have developed a native cropping system for this, but they did not give a number. That's why it looks small, but in reality, there is a lot more that has been done there. So you can see for socioeconomic is mainly the publications that were generated. Genetic improvement is about all the improved varieties and fish that were developed over the years. Next slide. Now, looking at genetic improvement, we can see what the CG has done. Again, we did not do it alone. We worked very closely with the Ministry of Agriculture, especially the Department of Ag Research Services for Malawi. For me, I look at them as gatekeepers for this country, and then they have to work with us, agree with us, and then they understand what we are doing, and then they also assess and test and see if these innovations are going to be good for Malawi, and together we release them. So CIAT, they were involved in developing and releasing 33 beans variety. ICRISAT, 37 varieties for groundnut, pigeon pea, sorghum, finger millet, chickpea. SIP, 19 potato varieties, 12 orange flesh sweet potato varieties. CIMIT, 10 Provitamin A maize varieties, 15 maize hybrids. IITA, we have 13 cassava varieties, 17 other cassava-related innovations, including improved cassava silage, improved varieties for soybean, for cowpea, and for banana. The FIA bananas that are grown here, they came from the work that IITA and DAS have done. The World Food Center, they were involved in the genetic improvement of an indigenous fish species for Malawi, and they were able to achieve a gain of 5% from generation 1 to generation 2. Yeah. In terms of cropping system, here you can see the World Food Center, they developed a rice fish integrated technology. It was exciting to see what they did here. We also have CIMIT. CIMIT has worked for many years on conservation agriculture. They have conducted a lot of research on how conservation agriculture can be used to be able to enhance resilience, especially to climate shocks in Malawi. CIAT, they have worked on improved cropping systems for beans. SIP, they have worked and released some cropping innovations for potato, legume, and sweet potato legume. ICRISAT, I think people know that. It's quite a popular technology, the double up legume technology. It came from ICRISAT project. We run two for cowpea and two maize cowpea intercropping. And for ICRAF, they have developed maize fertilizer tree intercropping systems. So you have some of the pictures here. I think the first one is cassava and cowpea, and here you have maize and I think a legume, and then what the wild fish here has been doing. Next. When it comes to plant and soil health, some of the innovations that we had from the cropping system, some of them also were good for soil health. That applies to IITA. It applies to ICRIS, and also for CIMIT. But SIP also, they have developed and released some soil amendment technologies for potato and sweet potato. And CIAT also, they were involved in coming up with a forage species to be soil health. So here you have conservation agriculture, where you can see the residues on the ground and the maize is growing there. These are some of the work that CIMIT has been doing. And I think this one is ICRAF, a combination of trees and then crops. Next slide. When it comes to seed system innovation, let me start with ICRISAT. So ICRISAT, what they have done, they have established a seed revolving fund for the production and marketing of early generation seed for the mandate crops. They have also designed a community seed bank to ensure availability and accessibility of seed for farming communities. Because of the work they have done, they won the Africa Food Prize for Seed System in 2021. And then they have also supported the establishment of the MASA, Malawi Seed Alliance, to have robust seed systems. Next is IITA. In Malawi here, we have been involved in developing rapid seed multiplication system for Malawi, for cassava. And so we have a semi-autotrophic hydroponics lab in our station where we are. We also have a tunnel that you can see here. And then we have a single node stem harvesting, which is used to have rapid multiplication of clean planting material for cassava so that farmers can easily access these and plant them. 2025, IITA won the Africa Food Prize for that innovation. SIP also has introduced some technology for rapid seed multiplication for potato and sweet potato. CIMIT, they have worked with seed companies to be able to enhance the provision of germplasm. CIAT, they have done a good work when it comes to having that multi-stakeholder platform for early generation seed. I think some people have heard about PABRA. It came from the work of CIAT. ICRAF, they also have community agroforestry tree seed banks, and that is some of what they have done. So I don't know all the pictures here, but this one is a tunnel that we have also in IITA. We put them also in farming communities for farmers to easily multiply cassava cuttings. Next slide. For the innovations that are related to nutrition and food security, let me start with SIP. So SIP, they have done a lot of work on the processing side for the mandate crops. Today now, if you go to Shipiku, you will find some products that are made from orange fresh sweet potato, which are nutritious products, and they are being sold there. Wet Fish Center, they have developed some briquettes to be able to enhance the quality of smoked fish and also reduce post-harvest losses. That's also a key technology that was developed by the World Food Center. In IITA, we developed and released AflaSafe, which is a biocontrol product to control aflatoxins and mycotoxins for the crops here in Malawi. Then ICRISAT also, they did work on aflatoxins. They have also done work on post-harvest handling technologies to be able to reduce drudgery, the amount of work people put in, increase efficiency, and improve grain quality. ICRAF, they have developed a biopesticide to adverse health effect. So this one is what the ICRAF has come up with. So in terms of the pictures, the first one is the smoking innovation from wild fish. The second one is what you see in Shipiku, and then here is what IIT came up with for the AflaSafe. Next slide. Here now, when it comes to research to support evidence-based policy making, IFPRI is our key player there. You can clearly see what they have done, more than 56 policy notes, more than 100 policy dialogues, without counting, all the publications they had in peer-reviewed scientific journals. Peer-reviewed scientific journal, you're actually showing people that what you have done is credible. It is something that can be reproduced, and it is credible work. So IFPRI, they work with a lot of partners, National Planning Commission, and research institution. What they do with them, they work in terms of agenda setting when it comes to policy, and then policy design, adoption, evaluation, and reform. Some of the key areas they have worked on, they are on emerging priorities. I think the US aid cuts, they did a study to see what the impact would have been. Even for ag markets, I'm sure many of us, we read from the newspaper from time to time, oh, this is what is happening to maize prices in Malawi, even the trade of maize, where it is going. And usually IFPRI is cited in these articles. Even they have also done work beyond smallholder farming to consider anchor farms, urbanization. They also do work on food security. For the other centers, CIAT, they have established the National Forages Technical Working Group to advocate for forage inclusion in maize-based farming systems in Malawi. And IIT and ICRISAT, we also work together to include legume in the Malawi subsidy program. And then most of the centers also, they have been involved in developing policy briefs. In IIT, actually, when it comes to Southern Africa, the core of the people of IIT staff who are in Malawi are socioeconomists. And so we have done a lot of work when it comes to evidence-based policy work for Malawi on climate change issues, adoption in Malawi, gender and youth, ex-post impact assessment, foresight. Next slide. So in terms of training material, you can see a lot of the centers, they came up with materials to train farmers, to train on how to grow the crops, the mandate crops. So all of these are listed here. Next slide. In terms of students, you can see the number of students over the years that have been supported through the work that has been done within the city, doing his PhD, and he did that with the Desira project. Okay, let's go to the next slide. In terms of beneficiaries also, as a CG, as a whole, in Malawi, we have reached more than 1 million farmers with the innovations that we were able to develop over the years. And you see the numbers here. On this picture here, you see the conservation agriculture that CIMID came up with. Few farmers have adopted, but you can see how nice it looks. And on top, you see a farmer, sweet potato, and down here you have cassava cuttings, clean planting material from IITA. Next slide. Infrastructure, last year, we actually had a big event where the CGIAR facilitated donation of tractor and other farm equipment to modernize ag operation and improve efficiency in Chitedze. in the Chiteze Research Station. Here you see Dr. Pungulani, and you see here, this is what was given. It was about 100,000 USD. Also, toxin lab to DAS. ICRAF, you can see here, they have facilitated the establishment of soil spectral lab in Chiteze, and World Fish Center has done a lot in terms of providing infrastructure to the National Aquaculture Center in Malawi. Next slide. Thank you. Done.
Thank you so much, Sika, for that elaborate presentation, which has allowed us to appreciate the great work that the CG group has been doing over the years towards the transformation of our food system. We are now going to discuss, and I'll invite to the stage our panelists. And as I mentioned their name, I would request us to encourage them as they come to the seat by clapping so that the trip from their seat to the next seat will not be too long. So our first panelist that I'm going to invite is Dr. Grace Kaudzu, who is the director in the Department of Agriculture and Research Services in the Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation, and Water Development. You can take your seat. So DAS is the heart of agriculture research in the ministry. And when we talk about collaboration in agriculture research, that is where it is all happening. And also let me make mention that most CG offices are at DAS in Chiteze. Welcome to the panel. Next, I'll invite Marco. I don't want to to murder your second name again. And he is the program manager for the delegation of the European Union to Malawi. And the European Union is a critical partner when we talk about research financing. And most of the collaboration that has taken place as far as research in Malawi is to do with the seeds and smells of the European Union. Welcome to the panel. And let me invite a passionate and seasoned researcher in the name of Professor Emmanuel Kaunda. He is here representing the academia. Of course, he is Vice Chancellor, but he's here, academia, which is a critical partner that we cannot forget to talk about when we talk about research in agriculture, because that is where at Luana and other constituent academia colleges, that is where most groundbreaking research keeps taking place. And even when we talk about capacity building in research, more specifically in agriculture research, academia is where it is all happening. Welcome, Professor Kaunda. Who is the executive of Museko Seed Company. Martin brings years of experience, over 35 years maybe, of experience. in seed development research, and also agriculture financing. Throughout the years, he has worked once he was the executive director of a major seed company, and he also worked in one of the commercial banks helping in agriculture financing. Welcome to the panel, Martin. And last but not least, let me invite whom I call the future of Malawi, Grace Gondwe. Grace is the co-founder of Jumpa Agro Services and Research Unit. Let's give her a very big clap. Grace, a renowned farmer under the Farmers Union of Malawi. Not only that, Grace runs a digital poultry hub which helps farmers to take up farming as a business. Welcome to the panel, Grace. And let me say, looking at your profile, Malawi is in safe hands. Can we clap once again for our panelists? I would have loved to have a seat along with them, but it's all right. I'll stand here. Okay, so to our panelists, my first question will go to all the five of you, but I will specifically nominate Professor Kaunda to be the first to respond to this question. The question is, what policy measures and strategic investments are required to fully leverage partnership opportunities for driving food system transformation in Malawi? Do we have mics, please? Okay.
Thank you very much, moderator. And thank you very much, panelists and colleagues. Number one, I wish to sincerely thank and appreciate the organizers for this forum, because I think it is coming at a time where, as we must really dive about our food systems, where we're coming from and where we're going. In particular, in realization, like the moderator said, that our food systems are being shocked by issues of climate, but also economic shocks, etc. So a lot of shocks, which means we must step up the game and think seriously what else we can do. From the academic side, I do think that one of the policies that we want to do and want to have, which I think is very critical, is the realization of the role of academia. Many countries out there in the West who have realized how important academia is within the whole food systems in terms of designing policies, in terms of having testing technologies, etc., puts academia at the center as one of the key centers of the actors of the value chain. And they do that, it is very intentional. From government side, from private sector, and so forth, it's very intentional. And I think one of the things is a policy framework really aligns academia as the key researcher and as a key actor. Later on, I'll talk about the potential which we have at Rwanda. My colleagues at Mzuzu University will do the same, but that is number one. So we don't have any policy and frameworks that do that. The second policy that we look at is, again, the policy on skills development. So you see that who is going to drive these food systems are actually the people that we generate from our universities. But there's no really policy that is a deliberate one to ensure that we build the skills so that the competence that when they come out from our universities, they are able to drive and assist this network that we have, the partnerships. Now, in strategic investment that we have, and I think it's time now to begin to invest in translational research. In other words, research. So begin to talk about investments in hubs, investments in bioprocessing, investments, so that we take the research from academia into commercial scale and scalable research. So I thought these three areas are very critical in terms of policy. If we're going to leverage on this partnership, don't have proper infrastructure, we don't have proper alignment within ourselves, it remains to me very unsustainable what we can do as of now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Kaunda. They are highlighting the importance of acknowledging and placing academia transformation, and also a critical area that you've pointed out, the translation of research. But there was one thing that you talked about, skills building. So listening to you, I was wondering, to build the skills and bring in the competence in the students, for example, that come out of the universities, does that require policy change? Is it not something that is the responsibility of the universities as they are crafting their curriculum and the rest? I wanted to hear on that one.
Yes, I'm talking particularly in terms of partnerships, right? So for example, a nice presentation made by CG, but I know we work with them, partners, but very little collaboration to ensure that we properly care of the capacity of the young people. But if it doesn't start there, okay, say a good example, production of seed systems, production of generation of this, if are not involved. And that's why I'm saying it has to be very intentional, that when programs are being kept, one should be very intentional to say, yes, we're going to build these seed varieties, but we must build the skills that will eventually take these tenets or these skills later on as generations pass. So here I'm talking in terms of partnership, that actually the potential that we have, which we have assembled here, and I mean CGs, government, private sector, everyone here, is huge. But we have to be we work together very, very closely. And that should be perhaps within the policy framework.
Thank you so much. The intentionality of collaboration. And let me just remind us that the panel discussion is about collaboration and partnerships in agriculture research. The responses that he has emphasis on the importance of being intentional to collaborate and to work in partnership so that together we'll advance the food systems in Malawi. So next, same question. I would like to go to the EU. Marco, do I need to repeat the question or?
No, thank you. It's okay. So good morning. So I think in food system transformation and in food system in general, multi-sectoral coordination is essential. As we have seen from the first story that our moderator told at the beginning, food system involve so many aspects, involve agriculture, trade, health, so nutrition, local governance. So policies should be holistic, should address so many aspects. If we talk about agriculture, policy should look into competitiveness and productivity, investment in value chain, Seed system, so improving the quality and availability of good quality seeds. And as we know, the base of food system are our natural resources. So while looking into productivity, we must protect the natural resources. We must protect forest catchment areas that are very important for irrigation and availability of water in agriculture. Agriculture cannot, so food system transformation cannot happen without diversification. Diversification both in agriculture, so in production, and in nutrition. Aspect both for agriculture, for reducing risk from the farmers, improving also environment and biodiversity, and nutrition, as we know, is essential. This is a big issue in Malawi. Just to mention data. I think only almost 6% of children between 5 and 59 months have meet nutrition diversity requirement. And this is also an issue of affordability of nutritious food, because in the last 5 years, the price of nutritious food has increased a lot. So policy should address this issue, because we can have a diversified agriculture, but if it's not affordable, we are not improving the nutrition of the population and of children. An essential private sector in food system has a key role. And how can we make private sector stronger and encourage investment? I think the first element is a conducive environment. So we need policies that encourage private sector, that improve access to finance, maybe also limit intervention in the market, like discretionary price and also trade bans. So these are policies that can encourage private sector. Partnership with private sector and research it can also guide the research into to be market driven. So we have talked about, I'm sure there are so many aspects that still should be touched, but let me stop here at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you, Marco. You've talked about quite a number of things, but bottom line, what you were talking about is the importance of coordination in all this. And you've talked also of one pertinent issue that you brought up, the issue of diversification, and I'm sure we'll come back to it later. And you are saying transformation cannot happen without diversification. So the final point that you have talked about most is about the private sector, how it can be made stronger, and what are the policies that can come in to ensure that the private sector is indeed making the contributions that they are supposed to make as far as the food system transformation is concerned. And for that reason, I'll invite the next panelist from the private sector, Martin. As you're responding to this question, also have in mind what Marco has said, and if possible, please speak to that. So, Martin, let me request our panelists to please make sure you are audible at the back. Make sure you put the mic at a point where you can be heard at the back. Thank you. Over to you, Martin.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everybody. Yeah, mine, I will present it based on for business, research, development, and demonstration, and the market. So these things have to be there. So before you have a product, you have to have the source of knowledge. And that is where we have in our scientists who, based from the knowledge, enable decision support based from the outcomes of research. Where there is no knowledge, there is no wealth creation, because wealth is created from someone doing research, and that research goes to a market which adopts that research, and then that research is the market. Once it is market driven and adopted by market, then it attracts finance. So when it is disjointed, we cannot move, because we're in a situation whereby you can, I'm just presenting an example whereby if you have research which is not adequately funded, then the products of research do not come to market. So we have got seed companies which are very successful. The amount of money which is put into research is what is propelling them forward, because you are able to invest, produce market-driven research taken by the market and it into in finance. So research finance, because it's market-driven, also require finance. The financiers who participate in that trinity have to see that it is viable. Question. Find that our research system, would I say, we have challenges of funding, but this is the same system which is creating the technologies to make our markets thrive. Let's say the soya beans, the grain and legumes, which are being outputs of the research and development. But if you look at our research system finance, we are crippled in a way, because the outputs which come out from the research are just harvested. You would find that it is the processors who thrive more than the researchers. I think you can talk about a researcher and poverty in the same sentence, but that doesn't apply to the processor, because the processor is. I'm trying to give an example where we can sustain our research, development, and demonstration. We have interventions, like, for example, the roads. A road is constructed, there is a levee there, and it goes back into the road, and it helps everyone. A researcher produces a new variety and everything, it goes into the market, there is no recovery levy, which goes to empower our academia, the research team, so that it's self-sustaining. When it is self-sustaining, they will produce market-driven products, which also attract finance. So we need that type of trinity here, so that we can propel forward and not be also held at ransom when there is a change in donor funding mentality and the like, because the new currency now is about collaboration and leverage. So we need to leverage on our scientists, the academia. We need to leverage on private sector, because private sector will not have a product to sell if we don't harness our researchers and academia. And the research costs money. It's not cheap. So it needs a viable form of funding, which is not held at ransom by the whims and wills of politicians internally or externally. And then financier basically is someone who gives you an umbrella when the sun is shining. When you are in hardship, vanish. So because the market is viable, it pays. you attract finance, which goes into the research funding, to the seed production. Seed production is not just a matter of producing. You produce, but so what? It has to be added value. Processing equipment, there are standards, regulator, so many regulations, and then it is a continuous process because the knowledge has to be generated all the time, you know? So that knowledge which is being generated all the time, this is where we have now the academia, the universities, who are creating the likes like our farmer beside me, Gloria, and it's an ongoing dynamic process. So that trinity, we really need to look at it, in which finance, research is key. The market is well aligned to, it is market driven. Because when it's market driven, you attract the finance. When you attract the financiers will open their pockets. And when they open their pockets, will create a viable business which meets the requirements of the population, and we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I know Professor Kaunda should be very happy with you because you have emphasized on the importance of academia and research institutions in all this, as you were emphasizing on the importance of collaboration and leverage. And I think your experience in agriculture financing has given you the authority like this to speak because you know what is going on. And what also I liked, and I know that this house will like as well, is the fact that you talked much about the importance to fund research if we are to realize indeed the transformation that we are talking about. And also one thing that you mentioned that Professor Kaunda also talked about much is how important it is to fund research so that the products of those research studies really find their way to the marketplace. Thank you so much. I wish we had enough time, we would have come back to you to tease out one or two things. Thank you so much. Now I invite Dr. Grace to give us her thoughts on this question.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for having me. That's to the organizers representing the Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Water Development, especially Department of Agricultural Research Services. We are really grateful for the partnerships that we have with the CGIARs, especially, you know, as we can actually witness, you know, from the technologies that are being exhibited and also from the presentation that has been made earlier on, you know, partnership that we've had with all the CGIARs that are working with the ministry. So much of what I wanted to say has been said already by earlier speakers, but I wanted to emphasize on two things. And the first one is coordinated efforts, you know, among partners to avoid duplication, you know, of, you know, financial resources, as well as, you know, the research itself, research efforts as well. Because we see that, I think as a country in Malawi, we don't have an agricultural research policy. And I think as the Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Water Development, this is something that we have actually established, and we are in the process of developing that research policy so they can be well-coordinated efforts for greater impact. And this policy is not just for the Ministry of Agriculture, but all partners as well. They need to actually take part in the implementation. So if we can, you know, aggregate all our efforts in terms of finances and even the work that we do, you know, will have actually greater impact on the farming community. The second issue that I wanted to emphasize on is on the market. I think we should all understand that it's the market component of the value chain that drives the whole chain. without an off-taker, without utilization, there's nothing actually that we can make, a big impact. So I think colleagues here talked about agro-processing. Those are actually very important things for us to ensure that we improve on utilization of the technologies that we are developing. And I wanted to actually emphasize on product profiling and market segments. And I think I'm grateful to CGIARs who are working with us on that area to ensure that the technologies that we are developing are actually meeting the needs and wants of consumers. And if you can see the technologies that we have actually behind us, you see that those are actually containing some traits, but we need to do more because we are actually facing a number of climate as well as financial shocks that would need us actually to work more in terms of generating climate resilient technologies. So let me stop there for now. Otherwise, I'll repeat what others are.
Even though it would come with different flavor at the seat of research services in the ministry. So also what I have seen here is you have also talked about how this collaboration and the coordinated efforts are important. And you've talked of how it will, if you avoid duplication, then the finances that we've been talking about will be utilized better instead of everybody. When an agriculture research was very worried because it was coming from you. And then when you said now it's in the process, it's being developed, then I sighed a sigh of relief because I was saying if you are saying this, then what will everybody else say? So it's a good progress to hear. It's good progress to hear that the policy is in the offing, and we hope that this policy will address most of these issues that have been talked about by the other panelists. Let me just let you know that at the end of the panel discussion, we'll have a few minutes where you can ask questions or make comments. So please just take note of whatever it is when they are speaking. And finally, last but not least, Grace. You've heard the question. You've heard all the interventions from your fellow panelists. What do you say? Because you are on the ground and you're representing all the other farmers in Malawi. What do you have to say?
Well, thank you. First of all, let me appreciate for being invited and to be part of this wonderful panel. Okay, to be part of this wonderful panel. It is exciting and at the same time it is burdensome to carry the voice of so many farmers in the country and to represent their voices on this panel. At the same time, I would like to mostly tackle this question in a particular way with the experience of the farmers on the ground. been, and as a farmer, we have been weakened. That means there is, perhaps there's a weakness in those policies that needs to be restructured, that needs to be reframed in order to help the farmers. So you will see that on this panel, each entity carries a responsibility to help a farmer. A farmer needs strategies on how they can compete with such gigantic companies. They do not need to compete with them, but they need strategies on how they can survive in this. We are talking of companies that hold about 80% of the market share, and you expect all other smallholder farmers to fight for that small percentage that is remaining, which is very important for a smallholder farmer. So in collaboration, I see that farmers can be helped, but as the research is beginning, it has to be with the needs that are well articulated of the farmer, the needs of the farmer. The training materials that has to be produced has to come from the research that was done based on the needs of a farmer. Perhaps I'll also speak more on my other question, but as just for the start, this is what I have to say. Thank you so much.
You're saying just for the start, this is just what I have to, you have said a lot. And you're how difficult it is for the smallholder farmer out there to survive. One thing that I would really want us to take out of this is the research. You're talking about the research that it should be need-based. What do the farmers need? And I wish we had time, because I would have asked you that in this environment that is very difficult and competitive for the smallholder farmers, how are the smallholder farmers surviving? What strategies have they themselves put in place as they wait for the conducive policies? I wish we had time. I would have thrown that to you, but if we do, at the end, I would want you to speak to that. As we continue now, I have specific questions to our panelists, and I'll give you just 2 minutes, if possible, to answer those questions. I'll start with Dr. Grace Kautu. In your office as the director of the Agriculture Research Services in this country, what is your vision on how government agricultural research institutions can effectively collaborate with farmers? And maybe that will give an answer to Grace's worry. And also how they can collaborate with the private sector, Martin right there, and also how to collaborate with CGIAR and the academia so that you accelerate agricultural productivity and strengthen resilience in Malawi. Dr. Kautu.
Thank you so much for that question. Going straight to how we can actually work together with farmers. I think as the Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Water Development, we actually we have an extension department. And when technologies are developed through research from the department as well as partners, they are actually taken to farmers. However, we still have a weak link between research and extension, which needs to be strengthened. So we need to work together, all of us as partners, to make sure that the technologies that we are developing get to the farmer as they are, the way they are developed. Because most of the time, we have all the technologies that would actually increase productivity. But the problem is the way they get to the farmer is different from the way they are actually generated at the research systems level. So we need to work together as partners, take those technologies exactly the way we have registered or released them to the farmers, the good agronomic practices that we have that enable us to get 12 tons per hectare, for example, in terms of maize. We should take them the way they actually perform at research level to the farmer. In terms of working with CGIARs, I think with colleagues from the CGs, they will actually agree with me that we've always talked about co-creating programs. And I think with the agricultural research policy that is coming up, I foresee our efforts being well coordinated for greater impact, as already mentioned. So we need to co-create, co-design, co-implement those technologies, but they have to be demand driven. Our farmers are facing a lot of challenges in the agriculture sector. So if we actually join hands together with the academia, having maybe all our challenges or innovations incorporated into the academic curriculum, we can actually generate students or learners, or we can generate graduates who are able to understand what is required for us to actually enable address the challenges that farmers are facing out there. So co-creation, co-designing, also understanding the farmer challenges in the face of climate change would help us actually to have a greater impact. In terms of private sector, as government, we need to create a conducive environment for the private sector to thrive. And I think that's what the Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Water Development is doing. We have all these technologies that we do develop as a private sector, as a public research institutions. But for these to get to the end user, we need conducive policies. So as Ministry of Agriculture, through the Department of Research, we are actually engaging the private sector through formalized memorandum of understanding for them to get the technologies that we have and commercialize them. So with that, then we'll actually be able to commercialize all our technologies, and also that will help us drive the research or technology development. Thank you so much. Let me stop there for now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You have really articulated that vision, and it shows that you already have strategies in place. You are already working in most of the areas, and the areas of improvement, you have even mentioned them, and it's also encouraging to see that most of the things that you have talked about, they are already in progress. But one thing that I can see that keeps coming out is the importance of knowledge translation. All that research that is happening, it should get to the end users the way it was supposed to get to them. I will not talk much, but there was a lot that I would have talked about here, especially also when you talked about the issues of extension department, that it is there and it gets to the farmers. But the question that one would have is it as vibrant? The extension department is there, but you have also talked about the disconnect between getting the actual research results to the extension workers so that they can transfer it to the farmers the way it is supposed to be transferred. But all in all, thank you so much for that contribution. It is very pertinent and it answers this question, but I know there are a lot of things that are still food for thought. Thank you for that. And I now go to Marco from the delegation of the European Union. Marco, in your view, what are the main bottlenecks that are limiting productive collaborations and partnerships in agriculture research in Malawi? Are the constraints primarily linked to government policy, coordination among actors, financing, delivery capacity, or something else? And based on the EU's comparative advantage, which of these bottlenecks do you think that the EU is best positioned to help resolve?
Thank you. I think many of the bottlenecks have been already discussed, but let me also repeat because it is they are very important aspects. So I think that one of the most important aspect is funding. Probably there is not enough funding for research and for extension. Maybe weak implementation of policies, and then regarding to funding, in maybe inefficient also allocation of fundings, because if we think about the budget of agriculture and we see that 70% is dedicated to subsidies. So this goes, so this limits funding for research, for extension, and also and other aspects like mechanization and support to private sector, etc. There is a fragmentation of funding because the sector relies a lot in funding from development partners. So and we know these fundings are through projects that last 3-5 years. So it's also might be also a problem to planning for long-term results. But with good policies, strong leadership, these projects can be guided towards the achievement of enduring results. We have talked about coordination, that this coordination is also between partners, but also maybe within the government departments. We have talked about silos operation, the disconnect between research and extension. The investment in extension is crucial. Also, because we have to scale up the research, the research finding, and so we have many technologies that have been developed, but there is no much adoption. So and this can be done through, as we already said, through partnership and through investment in extension. Now, regarding you, what you can do, what you is doing. So we are working under our global strategy. Is called the Global Gateway. One of the pillar is research in a Global Gateway, and then again, private sector is one of the principles of a Global Gateway, and equal partnership. We partner with the Malawi government, and this year we are celebrating 50 years of partnership, EU and Malawi. We have seen in the first presentation many research, many technology released by the CGIAR, and this is actually part of what we are doing. Many of these technologies were funded under the CIRA, which is an EU initiative. And now we can help in scaling up and disseminating this technology. So we are trying to do it through UCI, and we will do it through AgriCatalyst, which is a program that is still under approval and hopefully will be launched this year. We are working with innovative financing solution and also with guarantees. So and then what we can do, transfer of technologies, and especially in the food system, supporting the food system. I want to say the seed system. So which is crucial. And I think, support to value chains, improving linkages. So working on linkages, horizontal linkages within the value chain, and vertical linkages. So connecting farmers to the markets. So improving competitiveness and all these aspects that are related to the value chain development. So basically, in a nutshell, this is what we can support.
Okay, thank you so much. You said it's in a nutshell, but it's a lot. So you've talked of how the EU is already working in research by partnering with the Malawi government. And also one thing that keeps coming out is how farmers are assisted to get, the best of what they are going to get out of this value chain. Thank you so much for that. And to academia, Professor Kaunda, as you have already said, that academia plays a critical role in providing evidence-based insights to strengthen policy formulation. What challenges? I remember you already mentioned that in Malawi, academia is not placed exactly where it is supposed to be placed. But from your experience, what challenges have you encountered in contributing to collaborative policy research in Malawi? And what steps can be taken, in your view, to enhance the effectiveness of academia-government collaboration?
Thank you very much. When you were introducing me, you talked about passion. So let me declare my interest that I'm really, really passionate about this, especially the food systems. And when we are developing the ASWAP-1, around 2011, 2010, somewhere there, I was part of the team that was developing one of the areas of ASWAP-1. This is agriculture sector-wide approach one. And one key area which I was involved in was to do with institutional development. And in that document, we had defined institution as the rules, but also how we relate to each other, how organizations relate to each other. And as I still want to stress, the cry for myself, for Malawi, that Malawi is a very small country. But if you look at how our research is done, it's so disjointed. A pocket here, a pocket there. But which if we can put together within this partnership, we can leverage a lot. I give you a simple statistics. As I'm talking now, at Rwanda, we've got 600 face-to-face almost postgraduate students. We've got on e-campus about 300, 400, a total of 1,000 postgraduate students. In many countries have developed through technologies or through the work of postgraduate research, innovations. Now, I think myself, if as Malawi we're able to utilize that, the whole of this innovation system, were to utilize the students to develop the innovations and to work together, that would be something. So stressing, yes. I'm very pleased that the same development of the agricultural policy. I'll just request the director if we can be involved at the beginning, it would be very nice for the country in developing that research policy. So now it also comes to the issue of funding. Now, I know the funding ecosystem has shrunk in many ways. And it means for you to get a funding, as Rwanda, we must show results. And we must say, we have done this, we have done this, which is very good. That has strengthened our institutions as institutions, but perhaps we need to go more instead of just at that, so that the indicators, I want to introduce another indicator about, for example, how many research groups have we formed? Because what is happening is, like I've seen a lot of technologies here, a few people are working on them, maybe at Rwanda, and because you're doing it piecemeal, small funding here and there, you don't come up with something, but if become one. So research team, I remember agriculture used research team, livestock team, but it was within the Ministry of Agriculture research. If we can have national research teams tackling issues that are really affecting our countries, not individualized, like obviously, maybe I may lose an indicator as an institution, but we can find a way how we can apportion so that each institution becomes stronger and gets more funding. Those things they really need to. How does research funding translate to us? instead of us strengthening our own institutions, we must strengthen the whole innovation system. We must strengthen how we work together and how we solve the challenges of the communities. The other challenge that we've seen is the issue of data sharing. So because data is also in pockets here and there, perhaps it's time we begin to have an infrastructure of data sharing mechanism. For example, we can use MAREN, the Malawi Education Research Network that we are having in the country. So we can share that data. The more data we access, the more we analyze, our policies will be grounded on rigorous analysis of data. So we can do that.
Prof, 30 seconds.
Okay, a few seconds. The other thing that we may need to do to enhance collaboration, again, very intentional, we should have maybe introduce we introduce what we call work program for our staff. So a short sabbatical program exchange by our staff, ministry, private sector, as well as academia. That's going to enhance our collaboration. We're going to work together. Again, it must be intentional with frameworks. Right now, it's individual networks. We avoid individual networks. Let's have institutional frameworks, institutional alignment, as well as working together. Thank you very much. Since I've run out of time, that's what I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You have said a lot, Professor Kaunda. The issue of linkages and the possibility of working through national research teams, data sharing, exchange programs, institutional framework, all those. But I'll hasten to say that some of these solutions are within the ambit of the academic institutions, and I believe there are things that can happen if the academic institutions sit down and make these things happen. Thank you very much. To the private sector now, Martin, and I will request you that please say it in 1 minute or so. You said a lot in your first intervention, and most of the things I'm sure you already touched on them. Seed systems are central to transforming Malawi's food systems, and the private sector, and especially seed companies play a critical role in ensuring that Malawi farmers have access to quality seed. From your vantage point in the industry, from your experience, what is currently working well and what needs to be improved when it comes to collaboration between private seed companies, government, CG centers, Luana, and farmers? Where do you see strong partnerships emerging, and where are the biggest gaps or missed opportunities?
No, thank you so much for that. I'll summarize my answer using a Chichewa proverb, Chibale cha Mkwangwa. Why am I saying this? Why I'm saying this is that, you know, in the business that we do, Professor Kaunda was talking about, if you don't have results, you will not attract finance. Also with us in agriculture, if you have got nothing to sell, you have got no money. So for you to move forward, as a seed company, you have to have market-driven required product. And for you to have that market-driven product, you need information for someone who has done research to produce the generic, starting from the breeder, the basic to the certified. It has got a gestation period. It's like a pregnancy, 3-year cycle to get what seed is required. And for you to be financed, the financier needs information, market-driven information, which has come from the researcher. So you see that we are interlinked. And then we were circumscribed by the policy issues. We have got our politicians, even for the politicians to govern us, you cannot govern a hungry nation. It needs to be fed. Where does this food come from? It comes from the researchers' work, what they have developed. Then the seed company has scaled up. Then the farmer has had access to that seed. Dr. Chiodzo talked about yields. For us to achieve economies of scale, You know, Gloria here was talking about, you know, we are small farmers and we are competing. We are not competing, but we have got bigger partners who have achieved economies of scale. To achieve economies of scale, now we have to get yields. Yields, there is science in there. So what we need, we have got, what is working is that we have got the Seed Act 2022 in place, but what is not working is not enforced. And it's because it's not enforced, we have got fake seed, which is proliferating in the market, and the fake seed has got poor genetics. Dr. Siki was talking about better interventions, knowledge, and the like, because knowledge is what creates better conditions and better decision support. So we are using fake seed, recycled seed. So these unscrupulous people, they are benefiting, or they are masquerading, they are presenting a product which does not benefit the farmer, low yields, and then it translates to low hunger and increase stress into the economy. Without saying so much, you know, I'm very passionate about food entrepreneurship. And when entrepreneurship, when it succeeds, it regulates itself, everything ticks. There is no one who talks about problems in distributing Coca-Cola or Carlsberg to the furthest area. It happens because of entrepreneurship. There's a need there. So like in our case, we have got our main commodity, maize in Malawi. It is the coolant of the economy. The moment there is not enough maize, there's a lot of distress. So we cannot even diversify to other commodities until we have got our staple in order. One that is in order, we have got everyone who has got access to food, and then now we can have time to focus the cassava, the sorghums, and this creates more opportunities for us to move forward. So we need to triangulate and harness all these moving parts for the end game, which is food entrepreneurship, which feeds into our food systems. Thank you.
And I quote, we need to harness all these moving parts for the end game. I will not say much about that. Now, a critical partner in all these partnerships and collaboration that we've been talking about is the farmer. And from the perspective of farmers, Grace, you already said a lot in your in your introduction. I want to hear from you. What would be your specific message to the partners that you have on the panel, the seed companies or private sector, government, academia, and the donor community? What would be your message to each of them about how they can partner more effectively with farmers? And I'm underlining more effectively with farmers. What kind of collaboration or support will truly make a difference for farmers on the ground?
Okay, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, to start with, when we look at the value chain in farming, you see that every opportunity and challenge that comes on each entity of the value chain, you see that there's need for more collaboration and partnership. So one of the biggest challenges that farmers face is the importation of ingredients to the country, that we face low quality and some that are banned elsewhere that exists in our markets. And farmers are suffering from this. And on this, talking with this panel, it excites me because I see the solutions right here. One of the solutions that I'm going to mention, especially that we have the academics here, which is an institution in our country of academic excellency. I would say there are graduates that are being produced each and every year. There are different skills that are being trained within these graduates. Farmers need strategies, as I said earlier, that will help them compete on the market. one of these strategies is if we produce some of these ingredients. So now you see the importance of some of these institutions to farmers. If we are able to produce some of these ingredients locally on our own, it would prevent those poor standard ingredients that are being imported into our country. So we do need the academicians, not only on the research side, but also with the skills that they are embedding within their students to help us produce some of these ingredients right here in our country with regulated standards that can help our farmers. This is one of the strategies that farmers need. And to also see on the donor side, I would say, as Martin said earlier, that for all of this to happen, it is the finances that is needed. Research is not cheap. Research is expensive. As Prof. Emmanuel Kaunda said, there is need for results that will attract more of this funding. So to put all of that in a nutshell is, I would request each and every entity on this panel to work with us farmers, to help us farmers. When we look at the Malawi Vision 2063, one of its pillars is agriculture industrialization and commercialization. That means we, as smallholder farmers, we should no longer be named smallholder farmers. We have to transition to commercialization. And for this to happen, now it's back to the trinity that was being talked about. It's now the profits, the large scale, and we're talking about market oriented. That needs that will leverage from each and every entity that we have on this panel. So a plea from the farmers to each and every panelist is, let us collaborate with farmers' needs. Sometimes there's a problem of assuming, there's a problem of research said this and that, and yet the needs are changing every day. The economy is not stagnant, it is changing every day, meaning the farmers of the needs, the needs of the farmers also shift, also change. So let us work hand in hand with the farmers. It's actually a very big pleasure that I am on this stand today, because for so long, even as a young farmer, we have cried that put us on the table, put us on the table. This shows a step further as young farmers are being put on the table, part and parcel of such delicate policy influencing meetings. So it is also a thank you to you guys that you have considered the farmer's voice, because when in strategic planning, everybody has to be involved. Even the ones on the ground has to be involved. And this is why most strategies fail to be implemented, because it is not everybody that was involved in that strategic planning. So this is the voice from the farmer to collaborate and work together, because the value chain does not work if everybody is not, if everybody is working in isolation. Thank you so much.
Well spoken, well spoken. Thank you very much. A message to each of your fellow panelists. It's very clear. The academia skills, to government regulation, among other things, to the donors funding, to the private sector, look, what are you doing? Fake seeds are coming in. You are the ones who are supposed to give us the good seeds, what's going on. And one other thing that you've said is that the farmers would like to transition from being called smallholder to real farmers. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you agree with me that we have had rich conversation, giving answers to the questions that we have. Another big clap to our panel. And I would like to release them in case there's something really burning that somebody would like to talk about in a minute or so. Otherwise, I would encourage us to continue the conversation over lunch, because a lot has been said and they have been all articulate. Thank you very much. Please, can we give them a big clap as they go back to their seats? Thank you very much. Thank you. So as they go back to their seats, I'll invite Clemens, who is the Director of Policy Innovations in the Science Program. So he's going to talk about the Policy Innovation Program and Country Policy Hub in consolidating policy contribution to food system transformation. Welcome, Clemens, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Honorable Deputy Minister Toko Tembo, dear representatives of government ministries, universities, country representatives of CGIAR centers, other research organizations, private sector development partners, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be with you here today for the launch of the CGIAR Policy Innovations Hub. My name is Clemens Preisinger. I'm the director of the Policy Innovations Science Program. We are working towards better policies for poverty reduction, jobs, and food security. Now, the CGIAR is the world's largest research for development organization, and it's comprised of 15 different centers that work together with our partners at international, regional, and national level to transform food, land, and water systems. In 2025, the CGIAR has embarked on a new 6-year research portfolio. An important feature, and I think that is really important to mention, of 5 to 2030 portfolio is that the CGIAR is even more partner-centric, demand-driven, and collaborative. The co-creation of research, innovations, and policy change is at the center of what we do here all together. Now, the portfolio is organized in different programs and accelerators. And because we are talking policy today, of course, our main focus is on the policy program. Now, the policy program is organized around 6 areas of work, and I'm happy to hear a lot of the issues that we have heard here from the panel, I think will be very well reflected in that program. In the area of work 1, we're working together with our global, regional, and national partners on foresight and policy prioritization. Value chains have been mentioned. What is the best investment in different value chains? We have an area of work on market-led transformation, issues related to the international trade, but also domestic trade, also things like fertilizer subsidies, which has been mentioned quite a lot. We also have an important area of work on governance and political economy. And I think Dania Resnick, who is leading that area of work, will talk a little bit more about that area of work. We have another area of work 4 is on water, energy, food, environment nexus, especially issues related to climate. An important one. Now, I have brought a small video for you to sort of, in a nutshell, summarize what the country policy innovation hubs are supposed to do. If we could play that video now, that will be great.
Families and the next generation facing an increasingly unpredictable. policy inform the policies leading to healthier lives and that drive country level change through constant data, created and informed by real-time evidence. Our policy using to make makers, but they need to create stable jobs and a thriving planet. Shared. We partner with national governments and local institutions to share policies. A future with less poverty, more jobs, and secure food and water. Innovation Hub will be working across Kenya, Malawi, Ethiopia, Nigeria, and India. Are you in the loop? Follow us on social media and be part of the transformation.
Great, thank you very much. To follow us on social media and to be connected, please, you can scan this QR code here. So if there's one sentence maybe that summarizes what these policy innovation hubs are doing in Malawi, it's a one-stop shop for our partners to work together on policy in Malawi with all the CGIAR centers that are working on policy and all the institutions here in Malawi. It's a mechanism for our partners to work with the whole CGIAR and all its centers. Malawi is an important partner for the CGIAR, including for agriculture and food policy research. And the collaboration between Malawi, especially IFPRI and IITA, but also other CGIAR centers, have shown impressive results, as we have seen this morning in the presentation from Sika. And we look forward to more positive policy change in 2026 and beyond. Now, before I introduce the two country hub leads for Malawi, let me thank the CGIAR System Council funders and bilateral fundings for their financial support to the Policy Innovation Program and the 5 policy hubs. I see the European Union in the room is one of our funders. So thank you very much for this. Now, the Malawi Policy Hub is coordinated by IFPRI and by IITA, and the hub leads are Sika and Joseph. Sika and Joseph, please come up here to the podium and tell us a bit more what the CGIAR Policy Innovation Hub is planning to do in 2026 and beyond.
Thank you so much, Clemens. As you heard, I think having a platform that we can all discuss, that we can all interface is what is more important. It was mentioned the CG has been here for a long time, developing all those genetic materials that you would like to see, but also commodity research and so forth, policy analysis. But one challenge has been that of translating these findings into policy to drive the food system transformation. So the policy hub that we're launching today is basically a front door that will interface with partners, with broader partners, donors, researchers, institutions, to actually have a one voice and see what policy solutions that is evidence-based that we can actually channel to different policymakers for us to transform our food systems in Malawi. So this is a start, and we are starting immediately today. This afternoon, we are actually going to co-create somehow, looking at what challenges we need to start working on and what should the future look like. So this is what basically the Malawi Hub will work on in the next years to come. So thank you so much, and we look forward to your participation this afternoon, where we are co-creating. We're also looking at areas that we can immediately start working on. Thank you so much.
Yes, so as my brother Joseph said, indeed, I want to even reiterate that it is for all of us, just like what he said. It's not just for the CG, it is actually for all the partners who are involved in the agri-food systems in Malawi. I already, based on what even Prof. Kaunda shared with us, from what we have seen, there is a lot of data, a lot of evidence that has been generated. It would be good to work with some students, even teaching them on using AI tools to be able to gather some new insights from the data that is already there. I think that is one thing also that we can think about from the Policy Hub, working closely with Luana. Even data from that also that we have, data from the CG on the breeding side, genetic innovation. These are data that some students can work on to actually support. So I think that is something that is very important that we should be doing as soon as we can. And then to be able to generate evidence, high quality information for our policymakers so that when they go and they implement things on the ground, they will know this will work because of this very good basis that was used. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Joseph, and thank you, Sika, also for organizing this wonderful event. I'm looking forward to the rest of the day and coming back soon. I'm based in Nairobi, Kenya, so it's not far. So I'm looking forward to coming back soon and to work with all of you for better policies for poverty reduction, food security, and more jobs in Malawi. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Clemens, and your team. And one thing that caught my attention in that video was the fact that policy doesn't need to be a guessing game anymore, emphasizing on the importance and the timeliness of the Policy Innovations Hub for Malawi. Our guest of honor, Honorable Deputy Minister in the Ministry of Agriculture, Honorable Toko Tembo MP. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you to this event, to this launch event. We have been waiting for you, but we knew you were doing other equally important things. So feel welcome to this event. At this point in time, joining us online is the Director General, the Deputy Director General of IITA, Tahirai Abdullahi, and he's going to talk about the one CGIAR for food systems. Tahirai, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Oh, thank you very much, MC. As you introduced me, I'm Tahiru Abdullahi. I'm Deputy Director General of IITA, representing my DG, Dr. Simeon Ewi, who was supposed to be with you this morning, but with a change in agenda, he couldn't be. But I would like to reiterate that he is still planning to visit Malawi this year. So we will come back to the Honorable Minister to get permission to do that later in the year. Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Water Development, represented by the Honorable Deputy Minister Tembo MP, the Permanent Secretary of the Administration, the Ministry of Agriculture, and all other permanent secretaries present. The Director General of IFPRI, and the Director of the CGIAR Policy Program, my good brother, Clemens Brzezinska. All country representatives for CGIAR centers in Malawi, invited guests, development partners, private sector, academia, and other non-state and state and non-state partners. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, As we say in Nigeria, all protocol duly observed. The CGIAR is working, as you know, in close collaboration with its partners and has recorded strong results in South America, in South Asia, and in Sub-Saharan Africa, including Malawi. And we have seen a little bit through those presentations this morning. Our key achievements for Malawi on agri-food system are related to the different innovation that we mentioned here. And also something we're very proud of is our capacity sharing effort that we have been doing over the years. The capacity sharing has touched more than 1 million farmers on related innovation in Malawi, but also it has really strengthened the food system in Malawi with the capacity building of staff at the ministry and other universities in Malawi. Yet we know that the challenges are not finished. The challenges remain in Malawi toward building an inclusive, resilient, and transformative food system. There are a lot of these challenges that relate to various causes, but one of them is really having a quality policy that is applied consistently over time. In order to do that, you need the rigorous evidence that needs to be generated and made available to our policymakers who are in charge of creating and enforcing those policies. It is to address this gap that the CGIAR has put together the Policy Innovation Science Program, a program I'm personally particularly very proud of because I am part of the first initial team that wrote and drafted this program, and I have been following it and continue to follow its involvement with all the input that we receive from our partners that made it what it is today. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the partners who have contributed to help us shape this program and get us to this day where we are today. Clemens has already thanked Sika and Joseph for organizing the event, but the thanks goes beyond them. It's really you, the partners in Malawi, we are going to work with and who are also hosting us and supporting us, who will enable us to work and deliver what we did. For IITA, this is really timely because this is in line with our motto, which is transforming African agriculture. If we want to have agricultural transformation, policy is key. If you want to do policy, country engagement is very, very critical. And that's why our work area 5 and the hub that we are launching today is an essential piece for any transformation that we have. And for us in IITA, country engagement is now the top priority in our resource mobilization and engagement in Africa. With changing in the funding landscape all over the world, we want to really get closer to our partners and show them the value that we bring. And this hub is one of those efforts. And that's why IIT has 5 hubs already in Africa, including our hub in Southern Africa, the headquarters in Zambia, but actually working in Malawi, where we have a strong team of socioeconomists based in country who are contributing to the effort with all the colleagues. I would like also to take this opportunity to reiterate that IIT stands ready to work with IFPRI and all our other sister centers, the Malawian government and all the development partners in Malawi to ensure the success of this policy hub. We shall ensure that the hub supports the development and the implementation of evidence-based policies to add on to Malawi's effort towards an inclusive, resilient, and transformative food system in the nation. Thank you very much for the opportunity to say these few words on behalf of IITA. We remain committed and available to continue to work together for the transformation of Malawian food system. Thank you very much, ma'am, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We could see you and We wish you a safe journey wherever it is that you're going. Thank you very much for highlighting the fact that policy is key to agriculture transformation in Malawi and in Africa as a whole. And that is highlighting the fact that this policy innovations hub that will be launched shortly is very timely. Once again, thank you very much for making that presentation. At this point, we are going to have some remarks from the Deputy Director General of IFPRI. The Director General, isn't it? Yeah, Johan Swinen, but he's going to give us a video presentation. I am
In this way, the House will advance the entire 2023 portfolio of the CGIAR. Research Institute IFPRI is proud and excited to help its great hubs, which are this year being launched by the Science Program. They're being launched in Ethiopia, in India, in Kenya, in Malawi, and in Nigeria. While unfortunately I cannot be which Thank you very much. I look forward to listening and hearing the discussions today, and also obviously in the coming weeks, months, and years. Thank you very much.
I'll still say thank you, even though he can't hear us. And one thing keeps coming up, collaboration, strengthening collaboration, and the importance of policy, making the launch this morning very meaningful. So we are coming now to the time that we've been waiting for, the time where the CGIAR Policy Innovation Hub is going to be launched by the Honorable Deputy Minister of Agriculture. So at this point, I'll request the Secretary for Administration in the Ministry of Agriculture, Mr. Bennett Nkasala, to come and make his remarks. But after your remarks, I would request you, sir, to request the Honorable Minister to come, make his remarks, and also to launch the Policy Innovation Hub. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Master of Ceremony, or Mistress of Ceremony rather. The Director General of IFIPRI, Johan Swinen, who is following the proceedings online, our Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Water Development, who is the guest of honor this morning, the Deputy Director General of IITA, Tahirui Abdullahi, who is also following online, the Director General of CGIAR, Policy Program, Dr. Clemens Pressinger, CGIAR country representatives who are present in here, the Vice Chancellor of Luana, Professor Emmanuel Kaunda, the Vice Chancellor of Mzuzu University, who is also present in this room, Professor Wells Singini, and other Vice Chancellors who are following online, development partners, members from the private sector, senior government officials who are also attending this very important event, non-state actors present, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again. It is my great honor to welcome all of you to this very important occasion, the official launch of the Agriculture Policy Hub in Malawi. Today marks a significant milestone in our collective efforts to transform the agricultural sector into a more resilient, productive, inclusive, and commercially oriented engine of growth. Agriculture remains the backbone of our economy, supporting livelihoods, ensuring food and nutrition security, driving industrial development, and also contributing sustainably to the national GDP. As such, policy coordination, evidence-based decision-making, and strengthened institutional collaboration are not optional, they are very, very essential. The Agricultural Policy Hub represents our shared commitment to improving policy coherence, enhancing stakeholder engagement, promoting research and data-driven solutions, and also ensuring that our strategies are responsive to emerging challenges, including climate change, market volatility, and evolving technological demands. The policy hub we are launching today, that the minister will soon launch, will serve as a central platform for dialogue, innovation, and strategic alignment across government, development partners, the private sector, the academia, and the farming communities. This initiative would not have been possible without the dedication and the partnership of many stakeholders whom we sincerely appreciate for their continued support to the sector. Distinguished guests, it is now my singular honor and privilege to invite the Honorable Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Water Development, Honorable Toko Tembo, to officially preside over and launch the agricultural policy for Malawi. Honorable Deputy Minister, we are very grateful for your leadership and unwavering commitment to transforming the agricultural sector. I therefore now respectively invite you, sir, to come and deliver your remarks and then thereafter launch the policy. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Good morning, all. I am aware that I am the one who's standing between you and lunch, so I will try to not be too long. And first of all, just to say thank you very much for inviting us from the ministry and the Director General of IFPRI, Joanne Sweeney, who's following online, I understand, and Deputy Director General of IITA, Tahiru Abdullahi, following online as well, the Director General of CGIAR Policy Program, Dr. Clemens Messenger, Vice Chancellor of Luana, Prof. Emmanuel Kaunda, and other BCs present here, development partners, members of the private sector, senior government officials with led by the PS administration, Mr. Benedict Gasala, and all non-state actors present here. Good morning once again. It is a great pleasure and honor for me to preside over this important and historic occasion, the launch of a policy hub for Malawi. I warmly welcome all participants and in a special way, our guests joining us from across the world. Agri-food systems constitute a significant share of Malawi's economic activity and remain a primary source of livelihoods, especially for the most vulnerable. Accordingly, national development strategies consistently place a strong emphasis on the agri-food sector as a pathway for accelerating economic growth, reducing poverty, improving food and nutritional security, and addressing the growth threats of climate change. Agriculture continues to be the backbone of our economy, employing approximately 64% of our population and contributing about 21% to GDP. When the broader agri-food system is considered, its contribution rises to 44% of GDP and 77% of total employment. It is precisely due to this strategic importance that my ministry, working collaboratively with others, has articulated a robust vision for food systems transformation as captured in the Malawi Food Systems National Pathways Report. This report emerged from extensive national dialogues whose outcomes were presented at the 2021 UN Food Systems Summit. Both the pathway and the dialogue align with the 5 action tracks and are supported by the Food Systems Transformative Integrity Policy. In fact, Malawi, alongside Ghana and Rwanda, was among the first African countries to embrace this important initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, central to delivering our food systems pathway is recognizing our policy space and adopting innovative, forward-looking approaches to addressing emerging development challenges. We must craft policies that are responsive to the rapidly evolving political, economic, and social environment within which national development is implemented. Understanding the critical interface between public policy and development is therefore essential. This is because public challenges are becoming increasingly complex and interconnected, too multifaceted for single sector or single situation solution responses. So therefore, developing multi-sectoral integrated policy solutions require robust evidence to ensure effective operationalization of interventions. The interface between national public policy and the innovations developed by the CGIAR and other key actors is therefore a crucial space we must strengthen, especially as we strive to ensure inclusivity in addressing public challenges. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to acknowledge the important role CGIAR has played in Malawi's development, particularly in strengthening our food systems. Our partnership dates back to 1987 and has been characterized by a shared commitment to agricultural research and development that has significantly shaped our agricultural landscape. This long-standing collaboration speaks to the strength of our relationship and provides a solid foundation for deeper engagement and innovation in the years ahead. CGIAR has consistently provided the evidence needed to guide policy formulation, program design, implementation, prioritization, monitoring, evaluation, and also learning. However, ladies and gentlemen, for Malawi to achieve its aspirations of ending hunger, reducing poverty, and attaining middle income status by 2030, both the agriculture sector and the broader economy must grow at a faster pace, guided by targeted investments. Therefore, effective prioritization of public investments within and beyond the agriculture sector must be grounded in solid scientific evidence. Good science, as they say, is essential not only for policy formulation, but also effective implementation. As the National Food Systems Convener, my overarching goal is to ensure food security at both household and national levels, with adequate surpluses to support industrial growth. This requires increasing production and productivity, while simultaneously accelerating agro-industrialization for domestic and export markets. It is from this perspective that I'm particularly delighted to launch this policy hub, which will serve as the primary interface between CGIAR, government, and development partners to strengthen national policy processes and support transformative, evidence-informed solutions at scale. Unlike some of our peers in other regions, we have not always coordinated our efforts effectively across the development landscape. We must therefore ensure that everything we do and how we do it is anchored in proven research, innovation, and technology with the objective of transforming the way we design and implement policy interventions. This must be done for improved public service delivery and private sector growth. We must work towards creating a supportive and predictable policy for food systems transformation. This includes addressing inconsistent agriculture, marketing, and trade policies that increase risks for farmers and private sector actors. Ladies and gentlemen, Malawi has clearly articulated its development aspirations with well-defined strategic priorities for the start. And these have been done for the short, medium, and long term. Yet we continue to face challenges in translating these strategies into tangible outcomes. Our food systems remain constrained by recurrent hunger, chronic undernutrition, micronutrient deficiencies, supply disruptions, and price volatility. Our heavy dependence on rain-fed agriculture exposes us to significant climate-related risks, including droughts, floods, and cyclones. And these frequently lead to crop failures and worsen food insecurity. As we speak today, 82% of our population experiences moderate to severe food insecurity. These challenges hinder our progress toward lower middle income status and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Given the cross-sectoral nature of these challenges, a policy innovation hub provides a timely and appropriate platform for developing integrated, effective solutions. I therefore call upon the Hub to immediately begin addressing key policy priorities, including strengthening agri-food value chains and industrialization by investing in agro-processing, creating jobs, and facilitating greater private sector participation. 3, enhancing climate resilience and environmental sustainability by scaling up irrigation and water management and adopting nature-positive production practices. And also improving nutrition and food safety by integrating nutrition objectives into agriculture and trade policies, strengthening food safety standards and enforcement. Investing in human capital and innovation, expanding agricultural research and extension services, empowering youth and women to participate fully in modern agri-food systems. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, which I'm sure you'll be happy to hear, let me urge all actors in the food system to work together with urgency and purpose. We do not have the luxury of time, unfortunately, especially when we possess a significant pool of researchers, institutions, and partners ready to contribute. With these very, very, very few remarks, it is my honor and privilege to formally declare the Malawi Agriculture Innovation Policy Hub officially launched. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. And I was particularly interested in your emphasis on how very, very, very few your remarks were. Thank you so much. Let me inform you, Honorable Minister, that you have re-emphasized in speech on the need for knowledge translation to make this translation possible. And this has been what really transpired in the morning, even before you came. Thank you. Thank you very much. I just also want to take this opportunity, Honorable Minister, to assure you that you have not presided over the launch of a white elephant, because IFPRI have assured us that the moment you said you have launched the hub, it goes into immediate action. Thank you very much. And at this point, I just want to also thank each and every one of us for our contributions and for being a very attentive audience. And at this, Honorable Minister, as we go out, the CGIAR would like to demonstrate the work that they have been doing in Malawi for close to 4 decades. And therefore, you will be expected to go and to go around and see what they are showcasing. Dr. Nagoli? Joseph? You will take him. I can't see him. Oh, here you are. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Once again, thank you, Honourable Minister, for presiding over this launch. So just 2 things, that as we go out, the Honourable Minister will lead us into the tables that are around us. And thereafter, we are going to have lunch. Let me also mention that this afternoon, we are very exciting, again, 2 sessions where we're now going to look at the evidence that so far has been generated, but also we're going to co-create as we move forward. So please let me ask you to remain the way you are. come back this afternoon. We want you to be here to listen to another exciting moment as we move out. So the Honorable Minister will lead us, and then they all will follow him to go through the tables. Thank you so much. So at the end of the table, as we go out, we're also going to have a group photo with the Honorable Minister. So those that are organizing the group photo, please make sure that you have the table set. Thank you.
So as the minister is winding up the tour, can we all join for a group photo? Let's all move outside for a group photo with the minister. And from there, we'll be told where we can get lunch. As I said, let's make sure that we are here by 1 o'clock sharp. So let's all get out and be with the minister for the group photo. The lunch will be in the main foyer. Here. Let us quickly move out, I think, to join the minister for a group photo. Let us move quickly so that the minister doesn't wait for us.
1, 2.
1, 2. 1, 2.
So we'll be starting in 5 minutes. Just waiting for others to come in. Let's get ready. I think we should be starting. I know we can't wait for everybody. Others will be finding us on the way. All presenters for this session, I think they're all in. Yeah. And I know maybe this afternoon others might have left, so if we have other vacant tables, let's maybe occupy those first, so that we don't have we are not scattered as the way we are. So if you don't mind, you can occupy the front tables. So we have a very interesting afternoon. Basically, we have two sessions that we want to do this afternoon. Number one is to just look at some presentations, a sample of them, which would actually provide us with some evidence on what has already been done. And from there, we can also see what the gaps in our generation of evidence. And then thereafter, my colleague, Dr. Jamali Andrew, will come in basically to just briefly see how we move forward from now onwards. That needs to be focused as we move forward. And this afternoon, we will have 4, if not 5 presentations in a row. And I just want to encourage that these presenters please stick to time, 10 minutes. And after presentations, we'll have a plenary where we can ask questions for clarification, but also another question that can follow. So without actually wasting more time, we are already late. Let me invite National Planning Commission, Dr. Jamali, basically to present on the role of food systems approach in achieving the lower middle income country of
allow me to get closer to you. The distance is a bit longer from the podium. So, Mapu, can you project the presentation? Right. So as my former director, Joseph, has mentioned, I'll be sharing on the role of food systems in achieving the lower middle income economy for the country, but also looking at sustainable development goals. Next slide, please. So I'll talk about the concept, which is preaching to the converted or preaching to the choir, because I know that we all know what food systems is all about, but I think for the grounding of my conversation this afternoon, I still would like to really focus on that. And then we'll talk about the context of food systems in the country. I'll also share on the linkages with development frameworks that Malawi actually follows. And then we'll look into how we look at food systems as a catalyst for graduating the country into a lower middle income economy, but also meeting most of the sustainable development goals. Then finally, I'll share some key priorities, which from our end, we feel needs to be in focus as we are transforming our food systems. Next slide, please. So we all know that food systems is encompassing issues to do with production of food, the processing, distribution, access issues, consumption itself, as well as waste management. And that's the cycle of a food system in its conceptual understanding. But then when we look at Malawi's context, you discover that food systems is a huge element in Malawi's development context, in the sense that most of the food production is done by smallholder farmers, almost 80% of them. And then we look at a lot of engagement, employability in the country. is sticking towards, people that are actually farmers, and these are smallholders, somewhere around 77% of the labor force engaged in the production of food. And we also know that it's the main source of our exports. Even our industrialization agenda is anchored on agro-processing, which is basically a feedback loop from the agriculture sector. But then studies have indicated that for Malawi's context, food systems in itself is contributing almost half to the GDP size of the country. So it's quite a very pertinent engagement. And we know that it's being affected currently by climatic variability and climate change. So many studies have actually confirmed that Malawi is significantly experiencing these two very urgent and climatic, trends. And Malawi's context of, food systems, particularly the agriculture production, even industrialization itself, is really incapacitated by issues to do with low technology and innovation, which really is spinning back the wheel of progress in the agriculture sector, whether you talk about production or processing, even management of the processes that are coming from agriculture. Our innovation and technology base is not well adjusted to such kind of challenges. And then we're also experiencing economic barriers, issues to do with low prices of maybe key value chains that Malawi could be promoting, unstable markets, issues to do with poor infrastructure. And again, like other presentations in the morning that spoke to the issues to do with coordination among actors. These are some of the high level kind of challenges that the context of food system in Malawi is confronted with. And I think as players in the food system space, we have to be resonating with these issues to see how best we can address them. Next slide, please. Next slide. Right. So when we look at food systems from Malawi perspective, Malawi ushered in a new vision in 2020, 2021, and we call it Malawi 2063, and we all know about that. And this vision was actually aligned to other development frameworks for the seamless operationalization of international agenda, as well as the localization of development in the country. So when we look at the linkage between food system and sustainable development goals, you'd note that the production block of food systems is actually answering issues to do with SDG number 1, which is about hunger, SDG number 2, SDG number 1, which is about poverty, right? The bulk of people that are poor in Malawi are generally smallholder, producers, smallholder farmers. And you would know that this resonates in the context of sustainable development goals and food systems, particularly the production block. So you see that SDG number 1, SDG number 2, SDG number 3, where we're talking about good health and well-being, as well as SDG number 12. They're all resonating with production function of food system. Then when we move to processing, you look at the sustainable development goals. SDG number 7 is talking about clean and affordable energy. So that concerns issues to do with industrialization, where processing is actually, linked. And then you look at issues to do with industry, innovation, and infrastructure, which is SDG number 9. They're all speaking to the processing block of food systems. And then if you move to distribution, you know that SDG number 9, which also speaks about industrial innovation and infrastructure to do with energy, roads, ICT, they're all fitting into the distribution block. When we talk about distribution, we're talking about roads, we're talking about ICT, which should aid trade and connectivities to make sure that there is sufficient kind of, access, which is block number 4, related to issues of inequality reduction. Now you would note that farmers are not able to access farm inputs. And I think from a food system perspective, it touches on the issues of access. And that also resonates with SDG number 10. Now, when you look at consumption, there is SDG number 12, which is speaking to responsible consumption and production. So there's that kind of resonance between that framework, the SDG framework, and the food systems programming. And finally, when you look at waste management, which is the last block in our food system, programming, it links with SDG number 6, that's speaking about clean water and sanitation. Why do we have to talk about it? A lot of agricultural wastes are thrown in the water bodies, and that affects the quality of water, which we should also use for productivity in our industries as well as on the farm. And then there's life underwater. All that speaks to SDG number 14 and linked to waste management as one of the food systems blocks. Next slide, please. So coming back to Africa, within the regional context, we also know that food systems issues are linked to some of the frameworks that Africa is pursuing. For example, if we look at the Comprehensive African Agriculture Development Program, CAADP, you'd see that Pillar 1 is linked to production and processing when we talk about food systems. You look at Pillar 2, which is market access, it's speaking to food production and distribution. And then when you talk about Pillar number 3 of the CAADP, which is food supply and hunger, that's touching almost 3 pillars or 3 areas of food systems, agenda itself: production, processing, and distribution. And Pillar number 4, that speaks about research. Pillar number 4 speaks about research, also resonates with the aspects to do with innovation and technology improvement within the food systems arena. For Malawi, next slide, please. So within the context of Malawi, we are looking at Malawi 2063, particularly the first 10-year implementation plan. You look at food systems, is speaking to pillar number 1 in the production block, where we're talking about agriculture productivity and commercialization. The processing block is speaking to pillar number 2, which speaks about industrialization, because that's where agro-processing is sitting. And then when you look at distribution, we're talking about enabler number 6, which is economic infrastructure, talking about energy, transport, and ICT. And then pillar number, block number 4, which is access, is speaking to human capital development, where we are looking at inclusivity. People should be able to access various kinds of socioeconomic amenities, including food and nutrition services, so that they can augment their human capacities. And then pillar number 5, which is consumption, is also speaking to human capital development. We are looking at nutrition and health. When you look at waste management, that is perfectly fitting in enabler number 7, which is environmental sustainability. Now, when you look at these kind of linkages between food systems as a program and global, regional, and local development frameworks, then you can actually see that there is there's the agency of looking at food systems as a possible catalyst to achieving global development agenda, regional development agenda, as well as the local development agenda. So in the context of Malawi, next slide. Yes, next slide. So in the context of Malawi, we actually did a model, we call it the integrated futures model, to pick some of the catalytic interventions in each of the key sectors or key enabler areas and pillar of our vision that reflects food systems interventions. And then we model them to see how best they can help us to achieve the first target with regards to Malawi Implementation Plan 1 towards 2030, which is meeting, actually achieving what we call the middle income economy, where Malawi should be able to have what we call the GNI or GDP per capita of about 1036 or 1086, 1136 now as per 2025 adjustment. So when you look at the agriculture subsector, which is pillar number 1, we looked at issues to do with scaling up fish farming, issues to do with irrigation, enhancing agriculture productivity in terms of hectareage. And that's why we had some programs like mega farms, although there have been some challenges associated with it. Issues to do with enhancing crop production, reducing crop production losses, right? And then we had a pre-baseline estimate, which is what we got from the sectors before we actually came into the phase of the vision, Malawi 2063. And then we established what kind of range of increase needs to be done with regards to Malawi Implementation Plan 1, which can help us to become a lower middle income economy, looking at the sector of agriculture only. And then we shocked it upward from between 2024 to 2030 to see where Malawi can actually achieve the lower middle income economy using the agriculture pathway. So we called this pathway, we called it the productive sector pathway, and that's why we've got agriculture, economic infrastructure, and industrialization. And all these set of interventions were shocked to give us a picture on how we can use food systems interventions across these key blocks as levers to achieve Malawi 2063, particularly the first 10-year implementation plan. Next slide, please. So besides looking at the productive sectors of the economy, we also had to look at the human capital sector, where we looked at education as a sector, health and nutrition, and population management. We looked at this as enablers. As you might remember, that human capital is an enabler number 5 of Malawi 2063. So we were saying that even if we are to industrialize, to develop agriculture or improve our agro-processing, we will still need to have a proper human capital development. And that draws on increasing enrollment rate, tertiary education, as well as science, technology, and engineering. Issues to do with improving our health condition, addressing infant and child mortality rates, malnutrition. And then when you look at population management, reducing household mean sizes, contraception, fertility, neonatal mortality, and population mean age. All these interventions were factored into that model. So this model was structured in the sense that we had the human capital side and the productive sector side. So when we ran that model, next slide, we realized that if Malawi is to go business as usual, which is the blue line, by 2030, our GDP per capita will only be 723, way below the 1136 that we're looking for. So we will not be able to achieve our target of becoming a lower middle income economy by 2030. But then when we take the MIP1 targets, using our vision now, we could still make some progress that by 2030, our GDP per capita would be 948. But as you can see with the target, it still falls short. So what would we do? Using those set of interventions in the productive sector, as well as the human capital sector, we combined that model and shocked that model to see how much progress we could make in terms of becoming a lower middle income economy by 2030. And we realized that by 2030-31, if we use the business unusual, where we are shocking and integrating the interventions in the human capital as well as productive sector of the economy, we will only be able to achieve 1053 GDP per capita. Now, when we're doing this model, the range was 1036, but as of 2025, there's been a revision to 1136. So in as far as the target for 2030, based on the baseline for lower middle income classification of 2023-24, Malawi was going to be a lower middle income economy using those set of interventions that I've mentioned by 2031. What does that mean? What it means is we can engage a food systems approach by selecting and prioritizing a set of key priority interventions in the food systems blocks, where there's production, industrialization, consumption, and then we focus on those kind of interventions. We should be able to achieve a lower middle income economy by 2031, in as far as the target of 2023-24 lower middle income status classification was concerned. So this gave us confidence to say that if Malawi can embrace food systems approach as a catalyst, it should be able to reach not only the lower middle income economy, but also meet most of the sustainable development goals, because they are all anchored and related nested within the food systems, transformation agenda of the country. So next slide. So what kind of priorities now do we need to put in place for us really to push through the food systems agenda? Because we know that it can be a catalyst to help us achieve SDGs and MIP1 targets. First of all, is to transform the agriculture sector, right? And the efforts and the policy, even the investment plan, are speaking about issues to do with diversification from what? Subsistence to commercial farming. And I think the mega farm concept itself, the initiative itself, was a baby step towards into that kind of direction, although it has made some systemic policy and programmatic challenges. But when we did our model, it gave us confidence that we could reach that direction, right? So we're looking at taking a decisive shift from subsistence to commercial farming, but also enhancing irrigation and value addition, as well as improving market access. And I think these are the key structural challenges that Malawi still have in the productive sectors of the economy. We are still struggling to value add, still struggling with markets. And I think from a policy perspective, perhaps with this kind of conversation that we had since morning, we should be looking at these issues. How can Malawi address its market challenges so that it can augment productivity, feeding into the markets, and be able to generate as much wealth as it can be possible? And then there's the issue of infrastructure development. Each one of us can attest to the fact that our road infrastructure is very poor. Now that speaks volumes in as far as connectivity of markets is concerned, right? So there are challenges. People cannot access markets. And if people can't access markets, even if they produce, it means their produce without proper care will not be in good quality. So they will incur some losses in terms of their production. So we need to be thinking about how best we can improve the road infrastructure. And I'm happy that in the SONA that the president presented a week ago, there was strict emphasis that we need to improve our road infrastructure, right? And then there's the issue of scaling up access, right? The issues of enhancing, harnessing the regional trade corridors. Malawi has been offered so many opportunities within the region in terms of exports. but we are not harnessing such kind of opportunities. That kind of situation requires internal reflections on how best we should achieve those kind of targets. 1 million. In terms of human capital, obviously we need to go into higher skills development, kind of interventions other than basic education, right? We've been really argued against to say that Malawi's education system is so basic. It doesn't create innovation and creativity that is required for a competitive human capacity development that the country and the region and the global world demands. So efforts should be there to make sure that we are providing necessary skills that are fitting with the context that we're living in. And then a carefully calibrated social safety net. We say carefully calibrated in the sense that, every time we are having a social security or safety net programs, instead of graduating, you're increasing the number of people that are benefiting from that. Yes, there could be arguments to say Malawi is continually being battered by systemic climatic challenges, macroeconomic disruptions, and so on and so forth. But I think there should be a proper graduation mechanism so that we can carefully invest in social safety nets. I think this marks the end of our presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Andrew. And I forgot to indicate that Andrew is the acting director for knowledge and learning at the National Planning Commission. You have notebooks on your tables. Please take note of any question that you want to pose towards the end, as we also invite the next presenter from MAPATA, and this will be done by the executive director for MAPATA, William. Thank you so much. Welcome.
Good afternoon. So I'll make a brief presentation talking about agricultural policy analysis in Malawi. So as done together with my colleague Anderson. I'm sure Anderson is in the room. Okay, yeah, he's there. So to get going, first of all, I'd like to share with you some of the mega trends which are affecting Malawi's food systems. I see in the room there are various experts. So I make a disclaimer at the onset that I'm just highlighting some of the mega trends in this particular discussion. So the first one is the climate change and variability. So as you note, over the years now, there's been an increase in terms of frequency and magnitude of these effects of climate change, particularly cyclones. I think since 2015-16, after the El Nino, these have now become almost an annual occurrence, and they're basically affecting agricultural production and also largely damaging infrastructure, particularly in the rural areas. So from a food systems perspective, that's a greater concern because that affects production, that also affects the other secondary activities, which include the transport, distribution, aggregation, and also other aspects with respect to that. So I think from an agricultural policy research, the question basically is how do we achieve sustainability and resilience in order to overcome such a type of challenge? The second point which I'd like to highlight is basically soil health. So almost 40% of Malawi's soils are basically in poor health currently. That's what studies are showing. And also studies from various farmers' fields showing that the crop yield response rates to inorganic fertilizers have been on a significant decline. I think from about 18 kgs per kg nitrogen in the 1980s to now roughly around 6 kgs per kg nitrogen, which is basically a very big concern. So I think from agricultural policy research, the question is how can we help farmers improve fertilizer use efficiency so that they are still able to manage given the challenge in terms of the soil health situation. The other point which I would like to highlight is about food insecurity. So on average, as a country now, we have about 1.5 million people facing acute food insecurity during these lean seasons. And I think for this season, it's actually worse off because I think it's around 4 million people. But I think on average over the years, I think we are seeing about 1.5 million people, which is rising in terms of the demand for social protection and also humanitarian responses. So the question again from the research is what can we do? Do we leave the whole food security question in the hands of subsistence farmers? Is there something which we can do in order to boost production so that we can address that food insecurity situation, which has got a greater impact in terms of our food systems? The other point also to highlight is about population growth. So our population now is growing roughly around 2.6%, which is above what you are getting in terms of economic growth, I suppose, which is roughly around 1.8%. So there's a very big imbalance on that end. But generally what we see is that we have too many people, too many young people around. About 80% of our population is below 35 years. Although we have too many young people around, when I look in this room, apart from, is it Grace? I'm not sure if the rest are within that kind of category. But I think in general, we've seen that we have too many young people around. So I think from a research question is that how can we put to best use this strategic asset in terms of transforming our food systems? Again, with that rapid population, we're also seeing a decline in terms of farm sizes. I think we have seen a significant decline in terms of arable land holdings from the 1970s to actually to date. So I think the question from a research point of view is we have that increase in terms of population, and then we also have growing food markets, but we have that decline in terms of land holdings. So how do we ensure that we're able to address that? So the last point is about the macroeconomic environment, and I think this point was well elaborated 2-3 days ago during the launch of the Malawi Economic Monitor in terms of our physical deficit, as we see that our expenditures are basically surpassing our incomes in terms of revenues, which we are generating from various activities. So at the end of the day, we also see that we have this challenge in terms of availability of inputs, and also the question in terms of a bigger figure in terms of inflation. So I think if we sum up all those, we see that they are posing significant challenges to our food systems. So now moving on to policy analysis. So how does the policy analysis address these mega trends? I think the area speaker in the morning talked about how can we confront these mega trends. So to confront these mega trends, we require coherent policy responses and also implementation support. But what we note is that progress towards reversing these trends could actually be hampered when policymakers are not provided with solid evidence, which they can then apply in order to make their decisions. So agricultural policy analysis is there to provide credible evidence to inform decision making and also implementation support so that we can transform our food systems. So when we get into the landscape in the country, I think we want to see who is providing policy analysis. The next slide. Okay, so when we look at the agricultural policy analysis landscape in the country, we find that there are a number of players. We have independent agricultural policy research think tanks. These are basically largely supported by development partners, and they also have the intention to develop long-term relationships with the stakeholders. So there are probably about maybe a dozen or so in terms of these policy research think tanks, which are actually independent. The second ones we see agricultural academic-based research and development institutes. I think in most of the public universities now, we do have these institutions who are providing policy analysis. So these tend to be largely financed with public resources, but sometimes they tend to be vulnerable to political suppression because of the sources of their financing, and also sometimes they have more of an academic objective than a development objective. The third category are basically consultants. So we have a range of consultants in the country who are providing policy analysis. These are more specific assignment kind of based entities. So their interest is just to undertake that assignment and actually move on. The last category, basically international policy research institutions. So these tend to have access to technical and financial resources, but sometimes the challenge which they may the local context. So I think the issue is how do all these actually come together so that they can actually leverage on each other. So moving on, I think it's just to highlight some of the key issues in terms of agricultural policy analysis. I don't know if we're able to get the next slide. Okay, no, before that. Okay, so I think just to highlight some of the issues in agricultural policy analysis, first of all is the low uptake of evidence from research, obviously because there tends to be limited coordination and also engagement between the researchers and the users of evidence. And also because we have a multiplicity of institutions undertaking policy analysis, there seems to be some fragmented policy analysis efforts across the various institutions. So the challenge is how do we consolidate all this so that they actually come together with some platforms where they can actually share the different lessons which they are coming up. The other important issue within this is the financing question. Limited financing for policy analysis is also an issue within agricultural policy research because of the heavy reliance on short-term project-based donor funding. And also the other issue which I'd like to highlight is about the independence and credibility of evidence. This basically arises from the reputation of some of the policy analysts who are undertaking policy research in the country. So finally, I think just to see how we can move forward with agricultural policy analysis, first of all is strengthening partnerships among the policy analysis institutions. So these partnerships can be in various dimensions. whether it's at the national level or south-south or north-south, so that they actually are able to consolidate and get together in order to have higher payoffs by having these kind of partnerships. The second point is to generate credible evidence to transform our food systems. And I think there are various strategies which could be applied in order to achieve that. Is to look at undertaking demand-driven research so that there's relevance in terms of the research which you're undertaking, supply-driven as well, so that you are able to build up panel data over time, and then you're able to respond quickly in terms of need. The other also consideration is to make sure that you have a provision for rapid or reactive research so that you're able to timely respond to some of the research needs. So once all that is done, it's also important to deepen the engagement between the researchers and the government so that we're able to increase the uptake in terms of what is coming up from research. And also making sure that our research is aligned to some of the national priorities. I think the National Planning Commission presented what is in the some of the aspects within Malawi 2063, but it's basically to make sure that your research is aligned to national priorities, is consistent with the national research agenda, plus also other needs so that it provides the necessary support. And finally is to diversify funding for agricultural policy analysis, either through partnerships or looking at how to mobilize domestic resources to support our agricultural policy research in the country. So in brief, that's what I wanted to share with you within these 10 minutes, which were provided. I hope I've been within that particular time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, that was 10 minutes, but I think we had some problems with the changing of slides. We were within that. Thank you so much. And just to indicate that MWAPATA is a local think tank, which is basically doing a lot in terms of agricultural research analysis here in Malawi. So thanks again to MWAPATA. We are moving on to our third presenter, and this is the Senior Research Fellow for IFPRI, Danielle, please, your turn.
It should work. Okay. Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be with all of you today. And this presentation was done with one of my colleagues from IFPRI, Chuk. It's a little different in flavor from the previous two because it's much more cross-country. But of course, it's focused on fertilizer subsidies, which we know is a major component of the agricultural policy landscape here in Malawi. And it's focused on political economy, which we know has played a part in different ways in the subsidy program here in the past. Okay, so in terms of the motivations for this work, there's a lot of discussion these days about the need to reform fertilizer subsidies, the need to make fertilizer subsidies much more climate friendly, to make them much more nutrition sensitive. And then there's a whole discussion by the OECD and the World Bank and FAO about repurposing subsidies. So, reallocating money for subsidies to more structural reforms in agricultural research and development. And one of the issues that keeps reappearing time and again is the challenge of political economy as one of the main bottlenecks to actually doing this. So it sounds great on paper. It sounds like there's a lot of win-wins from doing this, but there's the challenge of political economy. But I think, can we go back one? I think one of the issues here, and one I encounter a lot, is when we talk about political economy, I think probably in this room, everyone might have a different idea of what we mean by that. Some of you may be thinking about politicians handing out bags of fertilizer to constituents. Others may be thinking about the tensions between ministries of agriculture and ministries of finance about what to spend on. Others may be thinking about the degree of autonomy national governments have from donors to make their own choices about subsidies. subsidies. So one of the issues we're trying to confront in this work is to unpack this notion of political economy a little bit more so we can have better leverage on what some pathways are. And we also look at, how it may vary with other drivers of the policy process and how it may vary depending on where we are with our subsidy programs. Are we just starting a program? Are we in the midst of redesigning? Has it been in place for 15 years or so? The dynamics are quite different depending on where we are. Okay, next slide. So this next slide is a little bit academic, but I think it's important to get us all on the same page. This is how we really unpack what we mean by political economy. And we typically think here about 3 I's, interest, ideas, and institutions. So the interests, I think, is what we typically have in mind. We're thinking about preferences over subsidy policy really being driven by whether we're trying to maximize profit or whether politicians are trying to maximize electoral votes. And so we think, well, their decisions about subsidy policies are driven by these interests. But in the same vein, there's also ideational drivers. You can think about different norms or biases or personal experiences that may be driving our thinking about fertilizer subsidies. For instance, we hear about self-sufficiency being a really important ideational driver. Now, institutional factors really shape whose interest or ideas prevail. So we need to think about, who actually makes the decisions, what types of political institutions we have, what type of veto power decision makers have. And then at the same time, we have a variety of policy process approaches that are out there, some that are technocratic. So our thinking about subsidy reforms can sometimes be based on learning about what's going right or wrong with these programs. That comes from research, media, expert testimony, et cetera. There's also timing. The timing is really critical, whether it's an election, a crisis, a budget review process, and then tactical opportunities. To what degree are different coalitions coming together for a reform? Are there protesters out in the street that are pushing for or against something? Or how have researchers or advocacy groups really framed their work to try to get more leverage with policymakers? And so we've kind of situated that on the right-hand side here. We've split up our interest category into 2, into electoral interests and economic interests. And then we have the ideational goals and the institutional structures. And then in the middle, we have these the 3 T's, the technocracy, the timing, and the tactics. And those are very interactive with the political economy dynamics. So we can go to the next slide. What we did was we took this framework, really unpacking the political economy, and did an extensive search on the range of studies on the political economy of fertilizer subsidy reforms that are out there. So we came across more than 3,000 initial articles. When you do all the filtering down, there were really only 32 that were very specifically focused on this topic. And they resulted in 38 reform cases between the period of 1991 and 2023. And then we supplemented that with additional literature about the technical dimensions of all of these different fertilizer policies in our 38 cases. And then we coded those based on that framework that I just presented to you. So I'm just going to present some brief findings. We can go to the next slide, please. First, let me show you the range of cases we had. We had disproportionately African cases. This seems to be where a majority of the political economy work has been done. We've had a few from Asia, Sri Lanka, India, China, and then we have a Mexican case. But it's disproportionately Africa focused from that literature. And you Malawi cases here. What comes up is there's extensive studies from some of the targeted subsidy program we had in 2001. Of course, the launch of the major program around 2005. Some failed efforts around 2008, and then another reform in 2015. Go to the next slide, please. So this is essentially first looking at those political economy factors. And it's disaggregated according to the dimension that we're looking at in terms of where we are with the program. Are we introducing something? Are we introducing the subsidies? Are we redesigning? So here we looked at, are we introducing an e-voucher? Are we shifting to a direct benefit transfer program? That's quite common in Asia. Are we shifting from a more private sector to a more government-focused program? So that was what's kind of captured in that redesign column. Phasing out is where governments have decided to remove their subsidy programs. And then in the last column, we have what are called failed or pending cases, where there are efforts of trying to get to reform, but they weren't successful, or they're still at the moment unresolved. And so there's a few takeaways from this first screen, which is looking mostly on the political economy side. First and foremost, the actual economic interest, surprisingly for us, this is the cells are showing the share of these 38 cases where these variables were very important. And so the economic interest was actually not coming out as strongly as we had expected. But the electoral one, probably not surprisingly, is quite important, coming out in both the introduction and the redesign of subsidy programs. But specifically on the introduction, it's particularly on this issue of party leverage. So with politicians trying to maybe kind of get legitimacy within their own party by putting forth a subsidy program, or trying to get leverage over an opposition party. Ideational was really critical, but not as we had expected. We had thought self-sufficiency would kind of come up as one of the main components at the introduction stage. And it was actually more about ideology towards the private sector, seeing subsidy programs being key because the private sector is not responding. And this idea about the legitimacy of the regime being contingent on the subsidy program, or kind of maintaining the social contract. And then lastly, kind of on institutional dimensions here, this was really the most kind of dominant one, was this issue on political regime type, which is capturing both if you're a democracy. So these kind of electoral cycles do tend to generate an interest in subsidy programs, but also whether you have a very strong presidential administration with proactive rather than what are called reactive veto powers. So if the executive wants the program, it goes ahead. There's less kind of debate in terms of the legislature. If we go to the next slide, this is now looking at the policy process components here. And what's interesting here, and probably not surprising to many of you, is that the technocratic component is most pronounced when we're talking about the redesign of a program. Okay, so overall, about 2/3 of our cases, technocratic issues were very important at that point, and particularly honing in on anti-corruption issues. We also had a lot of kind of coalition introduction side, where you have coalitions between often donors, a segment of the bureaucracy that's pro-reform, and then civil society coming together. But what you might notice here is on research and evidence, which I think is very appropriate for our convening today. Research and evidence, is kind of very key for the redesign stage, which makes a lot of sense because you have less to study when something's just being introduced. But what's notable is research and evidence was often present in almost all of our failed cases, and it didn't change anything. So it kind of highlights research is necessary, but not sufficient. So I think it's something we need to, keep in mind when we're kind of discussing our strategies in terms of research uptake. And then lastly, our timing dimension is quite strong, present in almost all of the cases, and it's particularly the elections, which is not surprising because we saw previously kind of democracy was an important component, and then a type of a shock, particularly an economic shock, where you either have the introduction or the redesign, and less relevant, actually, surprisingly, for phasing out of a program. So we go to the next slide, please. So a few takeaways here. I mean, one is, as you just saw, the timing's really key here. And I think, again, for us within the research community, being very attuned to things like the electoral cycle, anticipating potential shocks, and how those could be a window of opportunity for advancing reforms. Technocratic concerns have been most important for these redesign cases. And as I just noted, research and evidence, though, was often insufficient on its own. And what was missing in those cases, we had in Nigeria, 2003, we had a lack of political champions to take up that evidence. Rwanda, which had been thinking about reforming its subsidy program, well, we had COVID-19 came in, and that was a major shock that stopped the reform. And in Zambia, where they were initially trying to move to an e-voucher many years ago, this was about 2015, you had actually compromised bureaucrats within the Ministry of Agriculture who were worried about kind of losing out on the program if they went ahead with the reform. So this collectively shows what my final point is suggesting here is that it's not just that the political economy is appearing in very nuanced ways, but it's certainly very interactive with these set of other factors. And we can see this again when we look specifically at Malawi's 2015 reform. There had been many years when there was a discussion about having farmers pay a little bit of a higher share for the subsidy program. And that wasn't really going too far for many years until 2015. And what was important there was donor withdrawal after the Cashgate scandal. The DPP manifesto really saying, okay, now we want to clean up the program, make it much more efficient. A coalition building between Farmers Association, kind of urban civil society, and segments of the ministry, and evidence. So there was, of course, a whole buildup of evidence saying that this was the right way to go. Before I conclude, just going to the next slide, something you might have in your mind is, okay, these are great takeaways, or hopefully you're thinking these are great takeaways, but they're very much limited to those cases. They're limited to the cases that people decided to write about on the political economy of fertilizer subsidy reform. So we're trying to now leverage AI tools. We talked in the morning about using AI. And to try to get at more of a universe of fertilizer subsidy reform cases and be a little bit more inductive in terms of seeing what exactly are the political economy factors. So we're using this LexisNexis database of news articles. We have almost 9,000 articles we're going through. We've whittled these down and have about coverage about 59 countries. And now we're able to kind of code those cases according to the framework that I shared with you. If we go to the next slide, that shows us a much more broader geographical coverage, and we have quite a bit of good coverage with also what the FAO's FADPA database is. So FADPA also keeps check of the number of fertilizer subsidy reform cases or introduction cases or phasing out cases. And the right-hand side of the screen is now showing the mixture of our cases has been weighted much more heavily to the Asian side than the African side. And so that might shift where we have many more parliamentary systems and presidential systems and other types of dimensions might shift some of the political economy dynamics going forward. So hopefully in our next policy dialogue, we'll be sharing the update on here. And then the final slide here is just in case you are interested in more information on this specific case on the unpacking the fertilizer subsidy reforms. And we have the much more detailed discussion there on cases like Malawi. And then we have a comparison with colleagues from ILRI and World Fish, looking at which of these political economy factors are actually quite common, whether you're talking about animal input subsidies or fisheries subsidies or fertilizer subsidies. So I'll leave it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Danielle. We've just done 3 presentations, and I think also from lunch. If maybe you can just stand up and stretch before we go into the next presentation. If you want to greet your neighbor or say something, that will be also allowed. Really want to thank you that I think it looks like we are a full room. I think so people didn't go away. Thank you so much for coming back. Thank you so much. Our next presenter is our own, Jan, who is a research fellow from IFPRI here in Malawi. So Jan, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Joseph. While the slides come up, or not? Yeah. Very good. Yeah. Thank you. So William spoke a lot, spoke previously about sort of the larger trends in Malawian agriculture and food systems. Daniel followed up with more on specific research. I'll try to combine the two a bit and talk about, in general, more the transformation of Malawi's food systems, and or perhaps the lack thereof. And I would argue that there are some key challenges and persisting challenges to the transformation of Malawi's food systems. And I will also argue later on that these challenges persist because of some fairly prevalent misconceptions about how Malawi's food system works and about agriculture in Malawi. I'll also present some, I'll challenge those misconceptions and then conclude with some specific policy suggestions based on that. So what are these challenges? One is that subsistence is often viewed as a food security strategy, right? That clearly has not worked. Malawi is not food secure. The farm sizes here are small and continue shrinking. We're facing volatile and unpredictable markets, both on the inputs and output sides. As everybody knows, there is a severe and protracted macroeconomic crisis, which affects all kinds of things. And finally, more specifically to agriculture, I would argue that there is a lack of incentives to diversify. Now, why do I say these things? The other way. So many people tend to talk about or think about Malawians as smallholders who grow their maize and who grow enough, to feed their households, and then therefore think about food security as something that can be achieved by helping smallholders grow more, specifically more maize. Now, in reality, and perhaps for people in the back, this is hard to see the graph on the right-hand side, but it shows at the very top that of all of Malawi's farming households, fewer than 20% actually produce enough food, enough maize to satisfy their consumption, their own consumption. Over 80% do not produce enough even for that. And that means that it means essentially two things. One, most people rely on markets to get their food. And in terms of sort of the subsistence as a food security strategy, clearly not working. Every year between 2 and 5 million Malawians require food assistance. I see Joseph looking at his watch, so I should probably speak faster. Now, why is this the case? Why people not grow enough for themselves? Well, it's largely because of the small and shrinking farm sizes. And often we tend to think that, because Malawians farm, if we help them farm more productively, this will solve our problems, this will feed people, right? And it's the best investment to reduce poverty, to increase food security. In reality, because farm sizes are so small, farming traditional crops more productively, increasing yields, will not do the trick. What you see on the right-hand side there, the right column, that's the number of small farming households. By small here, I mean that they have less than a quarter of a hectare per person. So that's that's on average over a hectare per household. On the left-hand side, those are the larger ones. You see that there are far fewer. And in green, those are the households that live above the poverty line, red, those below the poverty line. And now if we increased everybody's yields up to the production frontier, if everybody farmed as effectively as their best farming neighbors would, this is what would happen, right? So we would lift as almost all the larger farmers out of poverty or above the poverty line. The small farmers, most of them would still remain poor. They just have too small farms to, to improve their lot that way. So just more intensive farming won't help us. That means that people still need to buy their food from markets, and we all know that Malawian agricultural markets are quite volatile, and there often is the feeling that because of this, the government must have very strong discretionary powers to intervene in those markets, because essentially markets cannot be trusted and government can be trusted better. Now, I believe that the reality is that these interventions very often are ineffective and sometimes even counterproductive. Some examples on the right-hand side there. The green moving bar, essentially, those are retail prices of maize over the past 2.5 or 3 years or so. And the red line, that's the minimum farm gate price as defined by the government. And clearly you don't see because it went off. But you saw that very often the retail prices were well below the government mandated price, right? The minimum price did not work. Will I have the slide? If I don't, I will continue on the next slide. What I would have showed you is a map of Malawi. One more. There we go. So this is what cross-border trade in maize looked like in the last week of January. We collect this data by calling traders along the borders. We do that every week. And what you can see in green, that there was a lot of maize coming into the country. And in red, you see that there was quite a lot of maize also leaving the country, especially towards Chipata, where we're importing the government-to-government deal maize from. Now, this was happening despite an export ban that has been in place since, November, I believe, or October perhaps even, and it's been going on for quite a few months now. So clearly the export ban is not working either, despite police presence and whatnot, an intervention that does not achieve what government would like it to achieve. What does happen, however, is that because these interventions tend to be quite ad hoc, not necessarily predictable, they create uncertainty, they discourage investment, they drive trade into informality, and they lead farmers to focus on subsistence, because if markets are unpredictable, you want to secure your livelihood, you better subsist, right? You stay away from the markets. Can I have the next slide? Yes, I can. And that brings me to the next point of a severe and protracted macroeconomic crisis. And the misconception related to that and related to cross-border trade, and that is that fixing the value of the kwacha below its market clearing rate at 1750 currently, that keeps prices low in Malawi. Right? And that, again, in reality, does not quite happen. What you see on the right-hand side there over the past 5 years, in red, that's the price of the US dollar in Malawi kwacha at the official exchange rate. Above that, in orange, is the price of the dollar on the black market. And in that greenish color, that's the price of food. That's what food will cost you for a 6-member household in Lilongwe and the other 3 cities in Malawi at the same time. And I think it's quite clear that the official exchange rate to this is quite irrelevant. What is relevant is the parallel rate. So the fixed rate certainly does not curb inflation. But at the same time, what it does do is that it pushes exporters into informality or out of business altogether, because when they're trying to export something for $1 worth of exports, instead of getting, instead of getting some 4,000 kwacha or so, they're forced to get the 1750 or become uncompetitive. Next, please. Yes. And this is the last one. Lack of diversity or lack of incentives to diversify. What we often hear, and to some extent I'm sure it's true, that Malawians love their maize, right? People want to eat maize, people want to grow maize, and we need to change people's mindset if we want people to move away from maize. And there is some truth to it for sure. At the same time, there are also some quite harsh economic incentives that are in place that push people into maize. One is that maize produces by far more calories than any other staple per hectare at current productivity levels. That's what you see on the right-hand side there. Rice and cassava are quite high up there as well, but for rice you need a lot of water. Cassava faces all kinds of challenges with post-production processing and losses, etc. So from that sense, maize, tends to be superior. And if a farmer farms on a very small patch of land, they want to feed their family, again, they'll grow what gives them the most energy out of that patch of land, not necessarily what is diverse, right? At the same time, this on the other side shows what it costs to buy a calorie of energy from the market. So that's for the consumers who buy their food, who do not necessarily grow it. And the graph on the right-hand side shows over time in how many markets maize in green and other staples in other colors were the cheapest source of energy. And you see that in the majority of time, about 3/4 of the time, the cheapest source of energy is maize. Sometimes in some places it's millet or sorghum. The other staples never are the cheapest source of energy. So again, a poor household who is trying to feed themselves, who's trying to have their kwacha go as far as possible, buying maize makes the most sense. So there are very strong incentives to grow maize and to buy maize. It is not just a mindset. Now, and I promise this is the last slide, just to summarize and to point towards some policy directions from this. Subsistence farming cannot ensure food security. What does it mean? We need to reform policies that are currently pushing people towards subsistence and that are pushing them away from commercial farming and of farm work. And Daniel spoke about input subsidies, which in Malawi are geared towards maize and farming and other things. I mentioned others as well there. Number two, farmers need enough land to live off of it, and currently they don't necessarily have that. What does that mean? One thing is in policy, we should be focusing essentially on kwacha value per hectare or dollar value per hectare rather than on kilograms per hectare yields. And more controversially, eventually we will need to somehow enable land consolidation and invest beyond farming. We need larger farms than we have. Now, government interventions make agricultural markets unpredictable. They discourage commercial farming and push businesses into informality. What to do with this? That this does not mean that government should not intervene in markets. Of course, often there are very good reasons to do so, but it's important for those interventions to be transparent and to be based on rules that people know, so that market actors know what to expect. An overvalued kwacha does not prevent inflation, but it hurts exporters. In fact, we over there on the table we have a new policy note fresh out of press about this. There, the recommendation is simple, even if its implementation, of course, is very complicated. Eventually, the kwacha will need to trade at market values. And finally, Malawians fail to diversify away from maize, not only because of mindset, but also because of economic incentives. And we need to change those, right? We need to reform the policies that currently make maize production artificially cheap. And more broadly, we need to invest into the productivity of other crops so as to change those economic fundamentals. And with that, I thank you. And back to Joseph there.
Thank you so much, Jan. Very interesting. We are now getting closer to our presentations for this session, with a presentation from the ministry, basically trying to now see how food systems are coordinated in Malawi. And this will be done by Patso from the Director of Agriculture Planning Services.
Thank you so much, Bwana Nagori, for giving me this opportunity. Good afternoon, colleagues. Once again, my name is Mphatso Chiwewe from the Ministry of Agriculture, and I'll be taking you through a brief presentation on the food systems transformation coordination in Malawi. This will just complement the presentations that have been done by Mwapata, NPC, and perhaps IFPRI, but with more focus on coordination efforts that have been implemented by the Secretariat. Yeah, so to begin with, the presentation will follow this outline. I'll take you through an introduction, then the justification for food systems transformation. I'll try to link it with Malawi 2063, the action tracks and the corresponding pathways, the governance structures, the achievements that we've attained this far, as well as the next plans moving forward. Please. Yes, so just to provide perspective, food systems are interconnected networks of actors across sectors that influence food outcomes. These networks cover the entire food value chain, that is from production up to waste management. And they are shaped by economic, social, and environmental factors that do influence both access as well as consumption of food. Next slide, please. Yeah, so in terms of the current state of food systems in Malawi, these are the usual stuff that we're all aware of, but it doesn't harm mentioning them once again. Agriculture, we all know that is the mainstay of Malawi's economy, engaging over 80% of the population and also contributing about 21% to the national GDP. Our staple food as a country is still maize. Maize is synonymous with food in Malawi. If we don't have maize, we are food insecure. That's the current state of affairs. We're still facing high levels of food insecurity and malnutrition. And climate change has impacted agricultural productivity. At the same time, limited agricultural diversification, low productivity. These are due to over-reliance on rain-fed agriculture. Slide, please. Yeah, in terms of now, why do we need to transform our food systems? There are a number of points. Some have already been highlighted by the previous presenters, but I'll take you through what I had prepared. Number one, Malawi food systems is currently not achieving the country's needs. We're still vulnerable to climate change and population growth pressures. There's still a need to improve food security and nutritious outcomes. And then we needed also to diversify our economy. All this we're doing to create a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable food system that, one, improves livelihoods, ensures food security, and fosters environmental stewardship. That's the main aim for transforming our food systems. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, so we are not implementing this initiative in a vacuum. It's an initiative that is being informed by the existing frameworks, the National Development Agenda, to be more specific, which is the Malawi 2063. And you see that agriculture productivity and commercialization is the first pillar in Malawi 2063. And we have human capital development as well as environmental sustainability as some of the pillars under Malawi 2063. All of these are connected to the action tracks that are guiding implementation of the food systems in Malawi. Some of them are ensuring safe and nutritious food for all, sustainable consumption patterns, advancing equitable livelihoods of people, boosting nature positive food production, and finally building resilience to vulnerabilities, shocks, as well as stresses. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah, so these are the same action tracks that I've just highlighted in the previous slide. But then for us as a country to domesticate the action tracks, we developed our own pathways. These are priority interventions that we believe, if implemented, they can accelerate the transformation of our food system. Next slide, please. Yeah, so one of the priority intervention, which forms part of the priority pathways, is sustainable agriculture intensification. We're looking at promoting the adoption of climate smart agriculture practices. These include agroforestry, conservation agriculture, as well as integrated pest management. And secondly, we're looking at diversifying of our agricultural systems. Under this, the focus is to shift away from maize-centric farming to other nutritious foods. So these include legumes, fruits, and vegetables. Not only that, but we're also promoting livestock production, aquaculture, as well as horticulture to diversify our income sources. Next slide, please. Yeah, the other priority pathway is nutritional sensitive agriculture. And then we're also looking at strengthening the value chains and market access, where we're focusing in investing in rural infrastructure, as well as improving access to markets. It was already highlighted that one of the key challenges in our food systems is access to structured markets, as well as accessing the markets themselves by our smallholder farmers through good road networks. Currently, our road network is in very bad shape, and it affects accessibility to markets by our local smallholder farmers. And then, another slide. And then the other one is climate resilience and environmental management, and policy reforms and institutional strengthening. Next slide, please. We are also factoring in some cross-cutting themes. These include gender inclusion, youth participation, as well as private sector involvement. We believe we cannot progress well with our transformation initiative if any of these are left behind. So we have to be as more inclusive as possible to ensure that we are not leaving anyone behind. Next slide, please. Yeah, but then moving forward, I would like us to discuss the governance structure of the National Food Systems Transformation Initiative this far. Currently, the structure is like we have the national convener, who is basically the minister responsible for agriculture in Malawi, is the national convener for the Food Systems Transformation Initiative. And under that, there's an apex body, which is the National Steering Committee on Food Systems, which is chaired by the Secretary for Agriculture and co-chaired by the DG for National Planning Commission. This is a committee that is possible for guidance on policy law as well as programs. And under that, we have the National Technical Working Group, which is further sub-categorized into 4 different sub-technical working groups responsible for different thematic areas. We have one responsible for policy and programs, another a sub-technical working group on advocacy and communication. We have another one on resource mobilization, and then finally on research, monitoring, evaluation, as well as learning. From 2021, when we started implementation of the Food System Initiative, there have been a number of strategic partnerships that we've had with both the development partners as well as other partners. But I just mentioned the key ones that skewed towards the coordination structure of the food systems, specifically to do with the support that the Secretariat is currently having. Number one, we've secured financial as well as technical partnership with the government of Ireland. This is under the project which is known as the Malawi Ireland Agri-Food Systems Program. It is a project that is being implemented from 2025 and it will be completed in 2029. Specifically, we are getting support under the Food Systems Transformation Support thematic area, which is thematic area number 3 of the program. Apart from that, we've also managed to establish the food systems governance structures in 3 districts, namely Chikwawa, Dedza, and Zimba, with support from GIZ under the project known as Step Up 2, which is being implemented in those districts. We've also completed the nationwide stakeholder mapping exercise, aiming at enhancing multi-sectoral collaboration and inclusive participation. We at a stage whereby we need to know who is doing what across the food system landscape and where are the interventions being implemented. This will help in terms of national reporting as well as tracking progress in as far as transformation is concerned. Next slide, please. Yeah, so a bit of a highlights in terms of progress that we've registered this far. Number one, under improved dietary diversity, we've increased awareness as well as promotion of diversified crops. This includes the legumes, vegetables, and fruits through nutritional sensitive agriculture initiatives that are currently under implementation nationwide. We've also implemented a number of interventions aiming at aligning strategies as well as policies to the national nutritional policy. Next slide, please. In terms of adoption of climate smart agriculture, yeah, farmers in various districts have already adopted climate smart agriculture practices, including conservation agriculture. We are also implementing a number of initiatives and climate resilience projects. I'll give you an example of large-scale irrigation projects, a case in point being irrigation schemes that are being constructed under the PRIDE program, as well as the Shire Valley Transformation Program. And then under disaster risk financing and insurance, we were also implementing a number of interventions aiming at disaster risk management, as well as insurance schemes just to mitigate the effects of climate change, droughts and floods inclusive. Next slide, please. Yeah, We've also invested in a number of interventions aiming at diversifying our agricultural systems. We would want to shift away from over-dependence on maize. We've invested in value addition. There are a number of projects that are encouraging value addition across the country, a case in point being Agicom, which is implementing a productive alliance model which encourages value addition. The sector has also invested a lot in job creation in agriculture with support for the smallholder farmers through extension of services as well as access to finance. Next slide, please. And then finally, we've also invested in social protection systems. We're looking at strengthening the social safety nets. These include the subsidies, the EASY, that is currently under implementation, the nutritional programs, as well as the social cash transfers to support our friends that are vulnerable within our localities. But then moving forward, next slide, please. But then moving forward, even though we've registered a number of achievements within the period we've been implementing this transformation initiative, but still there are some gaps that we believe if we can address them in the immediate future, then we should be on track in terms of transforming our food systems. So number one, we would want to develop and operationalize a comprehensive food systems M&D framework. We are at a stage whereby we don't really know the progress that has been achieved in other sectors apart from agriculture and perhaps nutrition, because these are most of the players that are involved in the food systems conversations. But surely there's some strides in the, let's say, in the trade facilitation, in the education sector. You talk of the school feeding programs, but then we're failing to report as a country in terms of progress because we do not have a comprehensive M&D framework that captures the actual progress across the food systems landscape. So we need to do that. And then secondly, we also wanted to conduct the National Food System Stocktake in gap analysis. This will inform strategic adjustments in the areas where we're not doing well or have an idea, then we'll strategically plan to improve. Then we also want to strengthen the national governance as well as coordination mechanisms. This can include capacity development initiatives. It should not only be at national level, even at district level, we need to strengthen the coordination mechanisms. And then finally, but not least, we would want to scale up as well as replicate the food systems governance structures that are there in those 3 districts of Chikwawa, Dedza, and Zimba to all the remaining districts, so that all other districts should be part and parcel of the implementation structures of the food systems in as far as governance is concerned. Then in terms of conclusion, next slide, please. Next, yeah. As a way of concluding, we are saying that our food systems touch every aspect of human existence. As such, a functional food systems will contribute to the socio-economic development of this country as well as its citizenry. It is therefore very important to strengthen, one, the governance structures at national as well as district level. We would also want to put in place a robust monitoring framework to track impact as well as progress. And then finally, we really needed to broaden the partnership to drive the sustainable transformation in as far as food systems is concerned. Reaching this far, thank you so much for your attention. This marks the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mphatso. I wouldn't want to stop him from presenting, otherwise they are our mother body. So I think now we have come to a time where we have listened to all the 5 presentations, and it's now time for discussions. We don't have enough time. So we'll go into probably 2 rounds where we can have 3 questions for each round. You can target a question or just a discussion or feedback to any of the presenters. And I immediately see a hand from Prof. Kandawire. A mic maybe to Prof. So I mentioned Prof because I know him, but I think when you are asking questions, those that I don't know, you can actually also introduce yourself. Okay.
Well, thank you very much. Very fascinating conversation and presentations. But I want very quickly to commend IFPRI on their presentation from Daniel on political economy. But I think one of the big questions, and this is important for me, but also I believe for not just for Malawi, but probably for the continent, why are we afraid in addressing political economy issues across Africa, not just in Malawi, but I think across Africa? There's very little, work around political economy related issues. We don't seem to tackle that issue. And yet, we know very well that there are a lot of spaces where in addressing political economy issues, we could really be moving towards addressing some real transformative interventions for Malawi, for example. Whether we're talking about mega farms, very amenable to addressing some of the challenges of political economy. There's a whole debate. Should we really be advancing mega farms in Malawi? Are they really just for interest groups? These are going to be transformative. A very rich debate could revolve around that. Irrigation, moving towards irrigation schemes, an area which has not been given sufficient attention, and yet it's actually confronted with all these political economy challenges, in terms of how they manage those irrigation schemes. There's been a discussion around repurposing fertilizer subsidies, but again, we don't see, some serious, rigorous conversations or debate with parliamentarians or indeed some of the politicians around this whole agenda on repurposing fertilizer subsidies. So really, I want to beg Mapata IFPRI to say, can we really begin to revisit, political economy research so that we have a real grasp on some of the fundamental potential interventions that could be truly transformative, because that's, where the crux of the issues lie, why, we're slow in moving towards a truly transformative agriculture sector.
Thank you, moderator. Mine, it's just it is a question, a thought that we can have. I agree with one of the presenter from National Planning Commission when he says one way is to shift. If we are to transform agriculture in Malawi, we have to shift from subsistence farming to commercial farming. And looking at what was presented in the morning, some technologies that the CGIARs have done are maintaining the status quo of subsistence farming, cannot support commercialization. Are we not compromising ourselves? Because the notion to have commercial farming and deal away with subsistence farming, it's auguring very well, moderator, with the issues at hand, like land grabs that are happening. You and me and my colleagues on my left and right are buying land, and they are farmers. And these farmers have no service provider. While they are the future of Malawi. And the young lady who was there as part of panelists, she's young. They are the future of Malawi. They are elite, yet they are not taken care of, provided. So I would love to see a policy that is speaking to the future farmers of Malawi, the ones who are buying land from the poor subsistence farmers now. These are the ones who feed Malawi in future, and they need appropriate research services, research that can support the production, can support the maintenance of the land and the environment. That should be the way to think. I wonder if we maintain the same food systems approach, relying on smallholder farmers. It is our age now. We have done that, and we have not made Malawi food secure.
Thank you so much. And one more hand, if anything. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Catherine Soka from Department of Nutrition. Thank you for all the presentation. I wanted to ask a question in relation to what Mwapata presented. I wanted to know if there is a national research agenda related to agriculture-related issues. I don't know whether Mwapata will be in a position to answer that, or maybe the Ministry of Agriculture. A research agenda that would guide the different institutions that are involved in undertaking research. And maybe a comment, I don't know whether it will be a question or a comment related to a presentation done by, is it Jean? Yes. There was a mention of one of the issues or a challenge, should I say misconception, where, yeah, maybe a challenge, lack of incentives to diversify. So coming from a nutrition background, one of the areas that we want to promote is dietary diversification, and we cannot achieve that without diversified production. But yet the issue, as it has indicated, is the lack of incentives. So maybe before I come to the question, on our part as nutrition, it make me think that maybe we should think around the way we package our messaging, and so that if we are encouraging people to diversify, but as he presented that, for instance, maize is one of the staples that most people produce because of the calories that are achieved per, is it per hectare? Yes, but we are, like in our case, we'll be encouraging other nutritious foods like millet, maybe sorghum, that maybe we can only get few calories per hectare. Yeah, so I think we need, that was interesting for me to hear in terms of the way think the strategies of promoting dietary diversity, but also thinking around these other issues. But the question now is, how can we incentivize the diversity? Yeah.
Thank you so much. Colleagues online again, I can't see you. Maybe you can drop also your question or comment on the chat box. We'll be able to read that comment. Another maybe final comment or question? Okay, yes, we have
Thank you so much, Chair, for recognizing me. Once again, my name is Evans Mwatonga, a member of the Fresh Grows project from UNIMA. Fresh Grows is a project that we are currently undertaking in Malawi to understand the future resilience of school feeding, homegrown school feeding programs in Malawi and Zambia, with support from DRC. I find the conversations here interesting and exciting, as they also touch on the question that we are currently grappling with on how best to link farmers who can produce sustainably and then link them with the schools as markets through the school feeding programs. And from the presentations, I gather a few areas I wanted maybe clarification on. There is a mention from Mpato on the issue of lack of coordination, which is one of the topics that we've heard almost every workshop. We mention coordination as one of the challenges in the country. Is it not a political economy issue as well? Even the questions on subsistence farming versus commercial farming, we've talked about this. Don't we think maybe it is also a political economy issue, where subsistence is politically attractive as compared to commercial? My other comment is on food systems in general, especially the issue of access, participation, which Dr. Jamali also pointed out. In this space, we are finding that there is one element of procurement that is also coming out as we try to understand food systems and lack of participation thereof from the smallholder farmers, which I think it's an area that we have not dealt with extensively. How best can we ensure that the small farmer participates in these agro-food systems? This can also be understood in the context of where is the role of women, who are the major players in the transformation of agri-food systems. From the conversations, I think I didn't see that coming out, and where is something that we can drive as a matter of policy and thinking around policy innovations in the food systems space. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those very important comments and questions. I think from the questions probably answered a set of comments, but the comments generated on the political economy. So let me invite your Kennedy to share much on political economy research, and probably the same issues about coordination. Is it a political economy issue? Thank you.
The end of the day, we have a lot of political economy issues, I guess. Well, I mean, thank you very much for the comments. I mean, I think we're seeing these political economy issues in agriculture, but I think solving them requires us to obviously go beyond agriculture. And so we're talking about how we need to engage with nutritionists and ag economists and environmental scientists when we're talking about food systems transformation. But I think we also need to be bringing political scientists, public administration specialists into the room as well to deal with some of these issues. I saw the Malawi school governance was just 2 doors down. So maybe next time could integrate them in the conversation. I think from those types of perspectives, there would be some solutions to some of the challenges we've seen in these programs. So for instance, preventing civil servants being able to be beneficiaries from the subsidy program or mega farms program. Identifying if there's ways to create a platform for transparency, you know, for instance, with mega farms, who was being selected for these, and could we have civil society actors be partners in providing accountability for these transparency initiatives? So like CISANET, for instance. Malawi is very fortunate in having a really active civil society that could be partnering more actively, maybe with the Ministry of Agriculture for accountability. And then I think what Jan was mentioning, you know, highlights there's sometimes a mismatch between aspirations and capabilities. And he was noting, you know, putting all these restrictions, export restrictions, et cetera, without the government actually often having the capacity to enforce these measures. So how do we, you know, think about working with public administration specialists to build up capacity over time? Now, the elephant in the room is that you need political will to do all of those. So those are kind of the technical solutions to prevent some of these political economy factors from distorting these programs. But at the end of the day, you need the political will for actors to do that. And that's a bigger question that's harder to answer. But it's not just, obviously, you mentioned political economy issues being a problem across Sub-Saharan Africa. We know it's beyond that. This issue of political will is very challenging. I would also say the coordination issue can be a political economy issue. As we know, coordination does require ministries to work together. It requires, though, you know, sometimes a sharing of budgetary resources that can be challenging. It requires sometimes certain ministries to defer to others. And we know sometimes there's implicit hierarchies in those relations. Lastly, I think this issue that was mentioned on the subsistence versus commercial can also be seen as a political economy challenge. We hear a lot in the food system space about corporate concentration, and we don't want to get too much corporate concentration. And I think Grace was alluding a little bit to that in her discussion earlier. So how do we also balance, you know, supporting commercialization and building up larger farmers to create the kind of transformation we think is needed without the downside of too much corporate concentration that marginalizes certain communities. So I do think there's a space to really kind of build out a concerted agenda around some of these issues.
Right, and thanks for that question. I think you know, you ask how to incentivize diversification or diverse diets, and I would say, you know, we probably first need to start by removing the incentives not to diversify. Right, so the fact that you get more energy out of a hectare of maize than a hectare of anything else, for people who have very little land available and who are hungry, that is probably more important than you know, I don't know, the content of iron or zinc in their diet, and they might start worrying about that once they can satisfy those more basic needs. How to get that done? On the one side, you have the sort of short-term policy issues. Right now, we're with subsidies and policies, we're making the production of maize cheaper than it would be otherwise, right? Input subsidies are geared specifically towards maize. So that sort of changes that balance a little bit. On sort of longer term research, etc. Globally, as well as in Malawi to some extent, a lot of effort has been put into improving the productivity of very few crops, right? The last, 70 years or so, the yields of maize globally have multiplied sevenfold. The yields of millet and sorghum that you were mentioning have barely budged. And that is on, you know, perhaps us in the CG system, also on government. It's a matter of where resources are being put and what research is being done. If it can be done with maize, and rice and wheat. Surely it can be done with these other crops as well, but it is not being done. But that will take a while.
Thank you so much. And Mwapata, on this issue about research agenda, maybe again, NPC, do you have a research agenda on this issue of you buying land? What's the future for farming?
Yeah, thank you so much. We do have a national research agenda, which was launched in 2023. I think it was developed by National Commission for Science and Technology and the National Planning Commission. So it lays out some themes and priority areas, basically in support. Yeah, so it lays out some themes and priority areas in terms of research. And I think areas basically include agricultural diversification, irrigation development, anchor farms, mega farms, and also issues around the mechanization and markets. So there's actually guidance which is being provided via that national research agenda. With regards to the future, I think some of the recent studies are showing how much in terms of emerging with regards to medium scale farmers. I think that's what my neighbor Prof was referring to. I don't have the numbers on hand, but I think we've seen quite a significant rise in terms of medium scale farmers. A number of them sitting in this room and also emerging from different professions. And we have seen significant tracts of land being acquired by these farmers, especially in the outskirts of most of the cities, Lilongwe, Nzuzu, and even Blantyre. So it's definitely an area which I think policy needs to look at because they are playing quite a significant role with regards to a shift into farming, but also contributing towards food security. Thank you.
Much. And finally, there was a question on how do we bring in these product farmers into the school feeding program? I don't know who can tackle that. It was a comment, but maybe pertinent. Anybody that can find suggestion how we can do that? I see hand. Oh, a question. Okay. Okay.
Thank you so much. My name is Joseph Kanyamuka from the Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources. Yeah, I came very late, so I did not listen to all the presentations. Yeah, but my comment and question is on the governance of the food systems transformation agenda in Malawi, as presented by the Minister of Agriculture. So I like the structure. I think that's quite good. But learning from previous reviews, we're coming from Malawi, I think the Vision 2020 and other reviews within the sector, including the National Agriculture Policy of 2016, where we have seen that the technical working groups, I think they're struggling. They struggled and they continue to struggle. And most of these, they're also, I think, on project based in terms of support, which also impacts on sustainability. So my question is, what is it that we can do differently to make sure that this proposed governance structure really delivers on the food systems transformation agenda? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we are running short of time. I think let me give this to either NPC or the ministry on the governance issue, and that will mark the end of this session, I think, after that, that response.
Right. Thank you so much for that question. I think that's the whole idea the alignment of the food systems agenda to Malawi 2063 was actually enhanced. So you can see like the presentation, the first presentation in the afternoon looked at the alignment of the development frameworks to the food systems programming itself. The idea was that even on the operational front, we have a seamless operationalization. Now, in the confines of your question, the structuring of the technical working groups are actually operating under the ambit of what we call the pillar and the enabler coordinating groups. And these are under the operationalization of Malawi 2063 First 10-Year Implementation Plan. As at now, we do have resources to run the TWGs, but beyond that, if we happen to have some resource challenges, obviously they will be operating under the government arrangement for the vision implementation, which is through the pillar and enabler coordinating groups. I think that should explain how we want to move about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you, colleagues, for being there, participating, and asking provoking questions for this session. This marks the end of this session. And now I invite Andrew Jamali to take us to the last and the final session for the day. A big hand to ourselves as we welcome the next speaker. Oh, while he's coming, there was an online or just take note of that comment. Okay, so there is this is from Arega, who writes, I understand there is an M&D system put in place to monitor the food system transformation. Are there any interventions or reforms being implemented to transform the food systems in Malawi? And what are the key performance indicators being used to track progress? I think probably maybe we can respond this on the chat box. I think those that have got the questions, the right answers. But otherwise, let me welcome Andrew to take us in the next session. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Joseph. Next section is expected to be very brief. But what we want is kind of chartering the way forward as we're looking towards 2027 and beyond. Launching the policy hub is one very drastic step into serious business with regards to policy transformation for the food systems. But I think we need to move forward into stimulating our thoughts towards what kind of priorities in terms of the agenda for these kind of policy interventions do we want to advance moving forward. So I think this is going to be a free flow kind of session, and I would just expect general participation from each one of you. We didn't want to have it structured because we want to just have raw thoughts about how we want us to progress moving forward. And I think if you have got your program, you see this kind of questions that have been outlined. If you can flip through the page. Our first question is actually dealing with issues of policy directions or policy questions related to agriculture or food systems. There's been quite a conversation today on issues to do with the policies, and we have policy institutes that are here, Mapata and IPRI and Professor Dulani there. There's been issues to do with the political economy, and we're asking questions to say, as we look towards 2027 and beyond, what kind of questions with regards to operationalization of the country's food systems from a policy perspective do we want to put on the radar? So this is a free flow and a burning policy issues, and we can reflect from the presentations that we've had. And one of the issues which my Professor Nkandawire mentioned was we like in the research space are kind of freaking away from tackling the political economy. What kind of questions can we ask about that as we're trying to look at food systems policy space towards 2027 and beyond? If we are to talk about political economy as one of the areas where we can talk about policy direction, Professor Dulan, Professor Kafumbata there's Associate Professor Matunga, and I'm missing Professor Kaunda. And I know Professor Mkandawire as well can also provide some insights on perhaps how do we come up with policy questions, or what kind of policy questions with regards to issues of political economy need to be put in the space as we are looking towards 2030. So I've mentioned the names deliberately because I know the purview of the conversation is definitely under you as researchers and academics moving towards 2030. So I've just picked on the political economy, but there are so many other policy questions that we can actually generate. Anyone wants to jump into the space? Yes. Mr. Musopole from Ministry of Agriculture.
Yeah, thank you so much, Andrew. And indeed, let me thank all the presenters that made their presentations to inform the discussions. I think listening through all these presentations, especially I think the later presentations, the question one would ask would be, what is new that has come out of this discussion? Jan presented, I think, on the misconceptions and what could be the reality. And I think the questions of the political economy, there were questions on the, I think the one talked about the political economy, went into some of the examples of maybe the changes, to policy initiatives like the subsidy and like, so one wonders, what is new, what has not been discussed before? And why I'm raising this is the, so who, is it about reaching the person who has the most influence, to direct everyone to an agreed recommendation and say, let's do this. And therefore we can head towards, perhaps, succeeding in terms of implementing that course of action or that, policy action, and therefore see, the change going forward. Is it about communicating the policy recommendations that perhaps we're not hitting the right target, or we're not? I mean, maybe I'm not putting up the question right, but I think what I'm struggling with is the things that we have discussed. Surely they have been discussed before. Jan presented his presentation in the joint sector review. There was quite, some discussion. But if you want to ask me whether, the discussion on the diversification, for instance, and it's there actually, it's a priority within the MIP1 to diversify. What informs that diversification? Is it about what what this research is giving us? So it's an issue of how do we then begin to match the recommendation and the action going forward, at the same time making sure that we have someone who provides the leadership to step out of what perhaps we are doing into a success path.
Okay. All right.
I don't know whether it's...
No. I mean, you're spot on. I think the key issue is the disconnect between the conversation and the action on the ground. And I think that was highlighted in one of the presentations that, and I remember the inaugural speech of the president, he actually said, we meet to discuss the same things and agree on the same things. We would agree on the same things tomorrow when we meet again. So I don't know. I'm back to you academics. What really is the problem that people can conceptualize and agree and prioritize and agree, but failing to get things done, or seeing that not so much is happening in terms of what has been agreed? Sociologists, yes, there's a hand up there. If there's, Cynthia, I hope you are documenting this conversation, please, and recording there. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Jamali. So yesterday I was at Parliament and we were discussing with chairs of parliamentary committees about priority needs of Malawians. And from our surveys as Afrobarometer, we see consistently that Malawians really since 2002 have been identifying food shortages as the #1 issue that they want government to address. And I think across the African continent, Malawi is the only country really, maybe with the exception of maybe Niger, where food shortages are the #1 issue. Our colleagues, our own neighbors, they've stopped worrying about food as a priority issue. Yet it seems that country, we are grappling with this very basic need. Now, the reason I bring this conversation from Parliament yesterday is that we've also been investing a lot of resources in the subsidy programs over that time, and yet this has remained a problem. So clearly the solution that we are trying to use to address the problem is not working. And as they say, madness is basically doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Now, in the conversations with the honorable members, the question was, who will have the courage to speak out, to say the subsidy program is not working? The members of parliament were actually pushing to, oh, it should be you researchers, it should be civil society organizations to advance that agenda. But on the other hand, we have the Ministry of Agriculture. I think it's common knowledge out there that the subsidy is not working. Even when we survey ordinary Malawians, they tell us that they know the subsidy program is not working because it's not addressing that underlying problem of food shortage. Now, who will take the lead then? Is it the president? Who will have that courage to say enough is enough? We need to move away from this and come up with new solutions. So I think in that medium term strategy, we're looking at diversifying away from subsistence by 2030. Is that going to happen? This is 2026. The subsidy, as long as it remains, I think the way it is being run at the moment, I don't see us really achieving that goal of diversifying or moving away from this dependence on subsistence farming, let alone diversifying away from maize, because I think as a country, we are also maybe too obsessed with maize. And I say this from a political, science lens, that it seems like maize is really something that is so political that the prices of maize, the way we control them, they make it maybe now unattractive to commercial farmers, and that goal of diversifying away from maize, unless we actually make it less political, less politicized, I think we are not going to achieve that target. But the question is, who will have the courage? Government or the president, who has quite a lot of power, to say, 5 years from the subsidy, 5 years from the next election, the president could take that risk now and say, no more subsidy from next year. I think by 2029, we'll have forgotten that the president decreed or issued an executive order to stop the subsidy and punish him.
Yeah. Before I get to Dr. Gafumbata, I look at this as a strictly political economy issue, so to speak, right? And Professor Duan there, you must be careful, because we have a government whose logo is maize. That's a big statement. It's a huge political statement. And so our conversation and our engagement with the powers that can move the pendulum, it needs to be looking at what kind of shared values exist in the diversification and the political agenda in that space. And this is for you academics to actually decode. I'm sorry to put you on spot, but we have touched on this many times, that just like Prof has mentioned, we kind of shying away from really, and for you, you have got a free pencil and paper, unlike maybe us who are researchers but attached to a government institution, because you can look at issues and write them as they appear from your analysis. So it's something that I think moving forward, perhaps maybe we might have to touch base to really conceptualize how best the issue of diversification should be handled with a view of a shared value with the political lenses that are driving the agenda for that. Mind you, the powers to move that diversification are resting with the political circles, isn't it? So there's that kind of thinking that needs to go. Sociologists to have their own viewpoint about it, psychologists. This is something that we need to do, because where we sit today, it's basically that kind of a situation where we agree to do things and things don't happen. And resources are plunged into it. Either they don't happen because of structural issues, or maybe sheer dragging of steps to get things done. And we need to examine why do the steps drag in that direction. And that's an academic and policy related. That's a research policy interface, kind of, intervention, at least from my perspective. Let me hear from you, Professor Gafumata.
No, thank you. I think the two, Boniface and yourself, have more or less summarized what I wanted to speak to. My name is Dalito Gafumata from the Center for Resilient Agri-Food Systems at the University of Malawi. I think we are suffering not from a point of not knowing what to do. Everyone in this room, I think, knows what's broken. And I think we know how to get that fixed. Maybe our challenge is just like rightly summarized. None of us is bold enough to approach the centers of power and initiate the change that we all would like to see. You are pushing the board to the academics. I would push it back maybe to the floor.
Yes.
Because, for instance, the question of the subsidy program, there are a lot of papers that have been done, and everyone knows that this isn't working. Something has to change, and nothing's changing. And I don't think that is up to the researcher, because the research has put information out in the public domain, and the policy holder knows. Even in the very placement of the subsidy program in the Ministry of Agriculture, that it is wrong, because this is a social safety net exercise. It's got nothing to do with production. But why has nothing been done? And that program still is managed within the Ministry of Agriculture to the detriment of the other equally important tenets of the mandate for the Ministry of Agriculture. So maybe in the next couple of minutes, we might want to focus our conversation on, like we say in CGIAR, Adam Veki Mpaka Berundan, who has the mandate to initiate the process that brings the change that we want to see. Thank
you. Saying that certain things are not going right and explaining what is going wrong and how so are different things. So we say that, for example, in the case of subsidy, or perhaps maybe let me pick on mega farms. I mean, since it's on the domain that it's really performed very disappointingly. When we look at these issues, have there been some systematic studies or knowledge generation about how they have failed? And has that been communicated to those that championed the idea or designed the programs, so that, because we might say that, okay, let's do away with subsidies. But I mean, Germany does subsidies, South Africa does subsidies. How are they doing? Have we learned from such kind of context and see how their subsidies are running and ours is failing? What would be fit for context for Malawi in terms of subsidies? And like I say, that's a conversation that perhaps we need to shape. I'm not trying to summarize on it, but I'm just throwing ideas to say, before we actually say, let us not do subsidies or let us diversify, have we identified fit for context? And not only in terms of technical structuring of the program, but even management, governance. Because the issues that are emerging from the space are touching on governance. I mean, the very example that you've given, that we have subsidy program, which is a safety net, but placed in a sectoral ministry with political lenses, speaks a lot more to do with how we are structuring our governance for such kind of programs. So is there some kind of conversation that has taken place to decode and break down, granulate why we are failing on some of these so-called flagship mega programs with huge amount of support and huge amount of fiscal investment in them? Any comments on that as we are moving to the next question? Yeah, Evans. Let me start with Evans and then.
All right, thank you, Dr. Jamali. I think you've already hinted on what I wanted to contribute on, because we seem to agree that our economy is predominantly subsistence. In other words, it is this subsistence farmer who is driving this economy. But for whatever reason, we are obsessed with how best to get rid of this subsistence farmer. I'm not sure how much we have done in terms of researching on the mega farmer, so that maybe we can have a balanced view in terms of to what extent is a mega farmer really offering a potential for food systems contribution towards transformation in this country, instead of being obsessed with this subsistence farmer who is getting something as a social protection. Can we also begin to interrogate the mega farmer? Yeah.
Yes, I just wanted to support what you were saying, Andrew, in the sense that people are saying that the subsidies in Malawi have not worked. Yet there is one study that was done by actually an IFPRI team, and what they had found using an economy-wide model is that the subsidy program in Malawi had actually, it was pro-poor in the sense that it had been able to support the very poor people in the country. So as you were saying, since the subsidy seems to be working in other countries, it would be good to have some kind of research done, maybe through this policy hub that we are having, to be able to see in other places what has worked, how has it worked. So as you said, maybe because it is hosted in the Ministry of Agriculture, maybe that's not the right place. So these are the things that we should consider. I agree with that. I just wanted to support what you said. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right. In the aspect of time, let me move to the next question on your paper. Just a quick one, maybe, before I go down to the next question.
Thanks so much. So mine is beyond the political economy, but I'm looking at when we're talking about a sustainable food system, I guess we also need to look into issues of food loss and waste, I think, which are a struggle for us as a country. And I can recall that even when it comes to these international frameworks, the Ministry of Agriculture is struggling to report on indicators of food loss and waste. Do we have a study that has, for example, estimated how much we're losing in our key prioritized value chains? So possibly the hub can also look into, for example, developing or coming up with a robust methodology when it comes to estimating issues of food loss and waste. Oftentimes we focus on post-harvest losses, but pre-harvest losses are also a challenge. At the center, at the Luana there, we are just coming from a rapid assessment of this season's prospects in terms of food security. And one of the key issues that are emerging are some of these pre-harvest losses, the fall armyworm. I think a few weeks ago, I think the issues of maize down the middle was a challenge, especially in the southern region, Mulanje, Palombe, and all those districts. So by the time we were there, they had already done the first round of the APES, and now they're moving into the second round. Already there's an indication that the projections are going down. So I think these are some of the issues that I think we need to pay attention. Possibly we may also try to look at what are the economic and the nutritional impacts of food loss and waste? Possibly we need the evidence that can also inform the relevant interventions. Thank you so much.
Yeah, for me, I think it's, I'll be quick. The first one is a policy on financing research. Speaking from my experience in terms of the aquaculture sector, where the fish species that we are promoting here in Malawi, they are not commercially viable. So if you look at production, our colleagues, maybe they have produced up to over maybe fifth, seventh generation. Mr. Dr. Joseph Namagoya knows this. So there is not consistent funding. So we need a policy on that. The other policy that I think we really need at the moment is a policy relating to land. These days, I know there is that an increase in people like middle income earners trying to go into commercial farming. But when it comes to securing land, it's becoming an issue. Everyone is struggling. And the other problem is we have these traditional leaders. Right now, we have so many traditional leaders. What is the impact of having those when it comes to commercialization in agriculture? Because there are a good number of them, they are corrupt. And how are we going to deal with this issue of corruption when it comes to land for agricultural commercialization? It's a big issue. If you can interview people here, you'll find 10, they are having an issue related to land. And this is also emanating from the leadership structure that are put on the ground.
Thank you very much. Jan, I really need to move to the last two questions because my time is almost over. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, and you will not like me because I'll still ask something about the subsidies. And Andrew, you mentioned, and several other people have mentioned that we should look at what works elsewhere, look at existing research, figure out what works and what doesn't work. And I would like to just throw it back to the government side. As researchers, we cannot figure out what works and what does not work until it is decided what the aim of the policy is and what the aim of the subsidy is. Are we trying to get farmers to experiment with the technology they don't know very well? Are we trying to achieve household level food self-sufficiency? Are we trying to achieve country level self-sufficiency? Are we trying to provide a social safety net? Those are very, very, very different aims, and each requires a different tool. And until we are told what the aim is, we cannot provide the right tool. And so far, even in this discussion, I think almost all of those aims have been mentioned. So please give us those answers first.
But I think come across the agriculture policy, one of the areas that is actually highlighting, Ridwell can actually agree with me, the issues of repurposing subsidies has been mentioned many times. And I think we expect you researchers, the Mapatas and the colleagues seated on the table there, to tease out these documents. Actually, one of the key questions I've been asking is, what is informing your research? You just wake up in the morning and start researching on something? A lady from nutrition was asking whether we have some guide document about how the country is progressing with its research agenda. And IFRI is doing its research and Mapata is doing its research. What is informing that research? And I know there's a line that research is going to inform policy. When you're writing those concepts, there's a line that speaks about that piece of research informing policy. The policy. So I think it's a conversation that we also technically have to figure out, because as government, when we put up a policy framework, now I'm speaking about government, I'm government as well. When we put up a policy statement, a particular socioeconomic challenge, And there are reasons for that. We are informed by our own data from surveys and censuses and even program data that gives us picture that this is, and sometimes it's something that happens. So the key issue is to frame our research priorities along the lines that are significantly on the radar with government policies or government program agendas. And that will help us, because what we need, we might as government just have a picture on what we want to do, but the confidence that this is something that's going to work would actually come from analysis that you guys generate. I mean, the tables that you presented, the misaligned, currencies and the pricing aspects, those are the issues that we need to deal with together. Right, can I move quickly to the issues of the risks? As we are looking at 2027 beyond, what kind of risks do we think the agriculture space does really experience, or is likely to experience, that we need to address from a policy research perspective? There was a presentation from Wapata about megatrends. How do we look at megatrends as through the lenses of being risks that can drive our policy research? I don't know what kind of comments or questions or maybe ideas you might have. What kind of risks could be there? And perhaps maybe we can talk about opportunities together, which we see require urgent research attention as we look beyond 2026, 27 towards 2030.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know how very specific you want to be, but I think one consideration in terms of both the risk and opportunity is basically the question around youth. Youth as they relate to food systems, because I think the youth are a risk when you look at their numbers, and also when you look at some of the lessons from the East Africa region. Kenya, for example, I think they have had a significant role in terms of doing certain, good, not very good things. So I think it's some population which we need to look at. I think it provides opportunities in terms of our food systems. If you look at the various institutions and activities, production, aggregation, marketing, all those, I think there's some questions which we could look at. Thank you.
Any other risks or opportunities that we see? Hand up there.
I'll go back to the morning session. I think from the morning session, we got both risk and opportunity. For the risk, it's related to what Grace told us in terms of having these monopoly cartels in some of the markets, agricultural markets in Malawi. I think that is something that we should consider. As Daniel also was explaining, so we can promote economic growth, we can promote the growth of the private sector while making sure that monopolies and cartels do not negatively affect the market. The second one is on opportunity, and it's linked to what the Deputy Minister for Agriculture shared with us, the Honorable Deputy Minister. So what he was talking about was how can we export? How can we, from all these innovations that have been developed by the CG and even other organizations, how do we make sure that farmers can access them? And then have a policy as a country, at a country level, to generate exports for the country. So I think these are two, that's an opportunity. And then the risk is on the monopoly. Thank you.
One more input on that one? Any other contribution on risks and opportunities? I don't see a hand. Right, we'll tackle the last part of the conversation, which relates to issues to do with how research could better support participatory policymaking. Now, does it provide room for researchers? I'm not talking about research, I'm talking about researchers. When we talk about policy, And how better do you think that could be improved moving forward? Right. We're having challenges.
My answer to that would be a resounding yes. I think there is a lot of interest, a lot of opportunity. I think what's perhaps lacking is sort of a mechanism. And I don't mean a formal committee or some kind of meeting or anything like that, but I think one successful to me, coming back to the discussions that my colleague academics were having here, is about when, and it was very interesting hearing the ball being thrown between Boniface and Andrew, like, this is your responsibility, no, it's your responsibility. I think one way to get around that is actually, to me, it feels a bit like a relay race, right? Like the researchers have some, and they're running and they're doing their analysis, and the policymakers are running beside them. They're doing the research together. And at some point, the researcher has to say, this is politics now. I can't be involved. And definitely, we as international researchers, we probably have to hand over the baton a little bit earlier than the national researchers, because our role is not to interfere in politics here. It's to do the research. But by doing the research together with you, we hand over the baton at some point, and then you take it further. And I think we've done that successfully. We're trying that now with NPC, for example, with our joint policy notes on the exchange rate reform, where we've taken it up to a certain point, and then we hand over the baton, and then you take it. And obviously, it's not as dichotomous as I just described. We will have interactions afterwards, and there'll be follow-up research, etc. But I think it's important that there's a moment that we're running together so that we can actually hand over that baton. And I think that needs to be included. It doesn't, to me, but this is also my view on, or sort of my way that I like to work. I don't think it's about setting up formal committees, monthly meetings, and big discussion groups, etc. It's about actually really getting down to the weeds and tackling a very specific issue and making progress on that, rather than setting up another framework that won't work.
All right. Yes. You want to come in? So I'm winding up on this.
Thanks so much. So I think it's a mixed bag. I'm looking at, I think when it comes to the development of some of the policy frameworks, I think researchers have a space in that. But when it comes to some of the quick policy instruments, outside, for example, the Control of Goods Act, where we have, some of these export bans, for example, there's been a general complaint that, there's limited consultations, but also, there's no space for research. For example, do we have studies, assessments to inform the distributional impacts, for example, some of these export bans? So this is undermining private sector investments when it comes to creating an enabling policy environment. Thank you.
Just can we improve that space, the research policy space, moving forward?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. Yeah, I think colleagues talked about also addressing the issue of the political economy, because we cannot rule out the issues of political economy, but I think we also need to do, a deliberate, efforts in terms of providing space, for evidence-based, policy decision making.
Any other viewpoints on the strengthening the research policy interface? Yes, Prof.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. I'll be very brief. I think I would agree that the space is there for research. I think there's quite a lot of research that is being done by our research institutions, both in the university and the independent research institutions. I'm looking at my brother here, Professor Atunga, and I see him publishing almost on a monthly basis on the basis of the research that he's been doing. I think our challenge is the uptake of the research findings. And I'm sure, even in the Ministry of Agriculture, it's quite a lot of research that's been done. But the challenge, I think it comes back to the point that we were discussing earlier, was when the findings of research don't reconcile very well with the political agenda. Well, politicians, from what I understand, is they'll ask, how many votes will this really bring us? So if you're going to go and advise the government again, they say, okay, drop the subsidy program. How many votes is that going to lose us? You pointed out yourself that we have a ruling party whose only symbol is maize. Now, for me, I think that's not a problem as you framed it earlier. It's how that maize is produced that I think should be the question that we should be addressing, not necessarily being produced by subsistence farmers, but those are also the very same people who vote. So to actually get the government to act on this, that's why I said, who will have the courage? And I think it does require courage from the very top. The presidency in this country has a lot of power and influence. And if the president were to decide that, from tomorrow we are no longer going to pursue this, I think it could be done. I'm not saying it's going to be easy.
Right. Before Dariso comes in, how difficult is it to sanitize something that is sensitive and package it in a manner that attracts attention and pushes for action from the research point of view? Is that a researcher's business or a communicator's business? Because I'm trying to look at the issue that you've mentioned. I think someone talked about the uptake. Have we examined, because Prof, you're talking about the stinging bit about the research output against maybe the political, interpretations and the connotations associated with the recommendations and the like. Now, my question has always been to say, we are struggling with the research interface, and us as researchers, we've been arguing that politicians don't uptake our recommendations. And my question has been, besides the fear from the politician that the recommendation would backfire on them, how best do we communicate our research outputs and package them in a manner that would not stimulate or create fear, but give confidence and push, in fact, jump for the action that we are trying to recommend? How best, Prof?
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. I think what immediately comes to mind, one of the challenges, the lack of interface between all the stakeholders from concept all the way to interpretation. And so you get to situations in which you want now to begin to interface with the policymaker just for them to accept your paper, or you have a policy brief. They haven't been involved whatsoever throughout the process. So I think we can improve that as researchers if we get everyone involved through the process. And in which case we may not even need to campaign for this evidence to be taken up, because those that should take this evidence up are part of the process, and that becomes automatically taken up.
Co-creation you're trying to talk about.
Yeah, so it's
and then there's the question about alignment on a co-created area.
Yeah.
For you to align or to be together on that area, to have a common interest on that area. That's another thing to also think about.
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
And then
Yes.
there's also the bit about funding. Except for maybe our independent researchers, for the research group that's dependent on the budgetary appropriations, that's a serious challenge. And so most researchers don't end up addressing the national research agenda because they are dependent on funding from elsewhere.
Correct.
That's driven by other needs, not necessarily the Agenda 2063.
Correct.
Thank you.
Right. ladies and gentlemen, I would like to end it on that note. I think they've been very important insights, which when we synthesize could give us much more work packages as we are looking towards 2030. Thank you for your active participation.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Andrew. A big hand for our moderator. We are going towards the closing of this session. It's been a long day, a lot of insights from our discussions. And I think allow me now that we move to the closing part of this session. We'll basically short remarks. Let me first ask Clemens if he has anything, and then thereafter I'll call upon Joachim before I call upon the director to close. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Okay, wow. It's my first time in Malawi, and I'm so impressed. And I have actually a lot of notes, so I don't know how much time you give me, Joseph. But the first thing I want to say is we have always said we want to build this policy innovation hub on sort of existing ongoing initiatives. And I have to say we have very, in my view, very solid foundation here. There is a lot of research going on. There is a lot of policy engagement going on. So I'm very confident that this policy innovation hub is off to a very good start. The second point is I'm very impressed with this discussion, just the last discussion, great moderation, by the way, about the science policy interface. That is a big challenge in so many countries. So I hope that the Policy Innovation Hub can help to catalyze and support that dialogue. Sometimes it is about, you know, a formal mechanism, but sometimes it's just about a WhatsApp from the policymaker to a researcher when a quick answer is sort of needed. So I think it's quite clear that, you know, we can get better on both sides. The policymakers maybe can get better in communicating what they need and when they need it, and maybe the scientists can get better in how to communicate and maybe sometimes be a bit speedier when it comes to replying to those questions. In terms of the next steps or what needs to be, what I heard in terms of research topics that are policy relevant, and now I go by sort of areas of work in the policy innovations program, and I'm starting with area of work 1. So it sounds like macroeconomics and the whole currency issue is so important and fresh off the press. We have some evidence here, the exchange rate. Also, how do we get to middle income status is a big topic. And again, some work has been done, so much to build on. Diversification of the economy, value chains, maybe also looking at aquaculture. In terms of trade, international trade, imports, exports, also internal trade, maybe infrastructure, food loss and waste is related to that. And then a big topic is like the small versus big farming in what I've heard, and the role of monopolies. We heard from the youth farmer. How can we sort of break the and go from small to medium enterprise? And then of course governance keeps coming up always. Institutions. The fertilizer story is a very big one, of course. Land rights. Area of work 4, irrigation. It seems like it's a very big topic, not only for Malawi, but for the whole of Africa. It seems like one of the key mechanisms to become more resilient against the climate variability. So maybe that's an area could be done. And then one sentence stuck in mind. Some of too many youth. We have too many young people. So let's turn this in an opportunity. Young people can be very creative, very innovative, and how can we tap into the youth? And let me conclude by saying thank you so much again. Let's stay connected. Cross-country learning, I think, is one of the good ways to advance our agenda. We have social media nowadays, very easy to stay in touch. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this policy innovation hub in Malawi evolves. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Clemens. And now let me call on Joachim.
All right, thank you. Well, the first thing is maybe sort of if you think about the different constraints there are to development, and you think here in Malawi specifically, and think about all the things we're lacking, like capital and physical capital, human capital, various types of technology, etc. And then you put policy there, and then you think in yourself in whatever sphere you're working, to what extent policy is the major driver of Malawi not being currently on track to achieve its goal, the goal set out in Malawi 2063. I think many of us would conclude that policy is actually really where things bite. All these other things are obviously very important as well, but policy is really where it bites. And I'm grateful to be able to have a discussion here with this room on these topics. I'm really grateful for Danielle for being here and triggering this whole discussion on political economy. You might think that we have this discussion all the time, but actually I think your presence really brought it to the fore. And Professor Mkandawiri, I think he's gone already, but I think he agreed there. I think one other thing that I would say there is that in terms of the policy advice we give as academics, we tend to think about what is absolutely best from what is the best solution, the first best. But maybe we should lower once you put a political economy lens to that, maybe that first best is not something that is achievable, and we should also be thinking about second best solutions. So not actually going for the first best, which is unachievable, but which might get you into a nice publication because it's technically a fantastic solution. But going for that second best solution, which is actually feasible here in the country, given the various political constraints. I think one issue which I've been grappling with, and I don't actually have an answer, but I think Andrew touched on it very eloquently, is this the management of everything and the governance. It's actually something that few researchers have good tools to analyze, but very often it seems to be where things fail, where we might be able to put out very good policies, have very good ideas, things that in principle work and are good strategies, but then when it comes to the actual implementation and the management and the structures that are put in place to do this, things then don't work. So I think as researchers, we often think conceptually this is a good idea, but then don't think about how it's actually going to be managed, etc. And there is, so I think we need sort of a toolkit and better insights into that. And maybe it's also even a different set of people. Maybe it's more people who study management and public management who should be involved in that. I want to come back to also, I think one, so we recently had Stefan der Kon, who wrote a very interesting book, Gambling on Development, speak at IFPRI. And one of the things that he said is that you shouldn't just give policy advice, you should be a policy advisor. And I think that distinction is very, very important. And we try to embrace it at IFPRI, that it's not just about the technical advice that we give, but that we're there for people to ask questions, to as sparring partners, to bounce ideas off. And I think that's when I heard him say that, I thought like, yes, that's exactly what we need. We need policy advisors. We don't need just simply policy advice. So with that, let me conclude and just say thank you, because I thought it was fantastic that we had government so present, we had the private sector here, we had academia, we had the think tanks, local think tanks here. So thank you very much for joining.
Thank you so much, Joachim. Now, let me invite the Deputy Director for the Agricultural Planning Services in the Ministry to close this on behalf of the Secretary for Agriculture. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nagoli. And let me acknowledge all the big names that were acknowledged in the morning, riding on those protocols. I wish we continued the dialogue, we continued the discussions. I think the last time we interacted with Joseph, when we talked about this policy hub, I was saying this is a very important, I think, initiative, platform that would enable us in the sector, and including all the stakeholders in the sector, to engage on the issues that are pertinent to transforming the food systems in Malawi. Mwapat, I think, has highlighted the issues that are concerning, I think, the food systems. And I think the following presentations, they have also highlighted question still remains. How do we take these research outputs, study outputs, into the policy? Yeah, so the hub for Malawi, it says powering inclusive and resilient food systems with evidence-led policy action. So we can do as many, I think, of the studies. We can do as many of, the recommendations. But if they are left hanging, we'll be very rich, I think, in terms of recommendations, but without action. Those that have been around, I think, for some time, many countries have learned from Malawi on the FISP. Many countries, Zambia learned from Malawi, Nigeria learned from Malawi, Rwanda learned from Malawi, Kenya learned from Malawi. But maybe our colleagues were faster in terms of learning and applying the learnings and the policies in terms of applying those to improve. So perhaps we have still not yet discovered this far how those learnings can indeed power the policy actions. And I think this is what we dwelt on in the free flow interaction that Dr. Jamali facilitated. So that's a big assignment, I think, for us going forward. In 2024, we launched the local business network there. Jan, were you there? Yes. I think Luana was there. We think that maybe we can engage more and see how the ministry And I think the policy hub can babysit that land. The intention is to have local engagement, addressing local challenges that are going to, I think, inform policy that is going to drive the innovations and indeed bring about the transformation going forward. Let me thank IFPRI, let me thank Luana, let me thank UNIMA, and indeed all the stakeholders that are represented in this room for staying that long. I think on the official note, we look positively to, I think, this hub. And I think in terms of engagement, as stated by our political leadership, we welcome this hub in as far as it is going to be injecting knowledge and well-researched, recommendations to influence our actions. If you ask, yeah, I'm tempted to speak, I think, more. But if you ask about this, let me go back to this FISP thing. Someone talked about FISP being a social protection. Is it? Yeah, social protection intervention, but wrongly placed in the Ministry of Agriculture. If you ask our current political leader in the ministry, actually, she's very unhappy that FISP sits in the ministry because it overshadows the other programs in the ministry. So instead of having so much money go to extension, so much money go to research, so much money go to, the other, productive sectors, you get that much money go to AP. So it doesn't leave that fiscal space within the Ministry of Agriculture. She has said this, I think at the JSR, she did mention this. So it's something, I would say, it's still, being discussed. Maybe one day we'll see it move, but when it moves, and you still have, the inputs there that are supposed to be also in, improving the productivity. You say, okay, so who provides the extension? Maybe it goes back to agriculture, and like so. But these are the conversations that I think are still going on. Let me thank you so much. I'm not making another technical presentation, but on behalf of the PS, we should have been close, but has been engaged assignments back in the office. We thank you so much, and we look forward, I think, to a great operationalization of this hub, and it has the minister's full support. Thank you so much.
So in our African culture, when the PS closes, it means this is the close of the event. Thank you. So thanks so much for coming, and I think we'll continue interacting. We wish you all the best as we transit to our locations. We'll be meeting. Thank you.